Okay, I have close enough to 1 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and come back to order. Hope you had your fed and watered and now ready to go back to work. The next thing we've got on our agenda this afternoon is item number 9, which is review of the state of Wyoming's 2019 compliance report, schedule of findings and questions and questioned costs. So Carla, I think you got your name at the top of that. So before we got that, Representative Gray?
Yeah, thanks. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. You think we could still go through that PowerPoint on the grant programs? I kind of was looking forward to that all lunch.
Thank you for that. Why don't we go ahead and let's back up, and we've got that PowerPoint. Why don't you go ahead and take us through that? Carla, is that can you take us through that, Carla? Do we need somebody else? Who's on?
Mr. Chairman, I can kind of go through it for you. I might not be able to answer. Oh, I'm sorry.
I might have it. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The PowerPoint was provided by OSLI, and it's part of it basically goes through their emergency rules. Emergency rules are for 120 days, and this was implemented on June 8th. So they got through October 8th to implement the regular rules or ask for an extension. So like I think you mentioned, this is tab 9, and the first 2 slides are discussing what the grant program rules and regulations basically are and how they're promulgated, and where you can find them on the OSL website. Then it provides definitions on slide 3, which is on page 2, and it slides 3 and 4 provide those definitions, and then it goes into what eligible applicants are. And for our purposes, it's cities, towns, counties, and other political subdivisions. It also has tribal councils, and those are handled a little bit differently, and businesses owned by the tribal members. It also incorporates Wyoming health care providers, rural health care districts, and hospital districts and healthcare facilities, including those by the tribal entities. It provides the 2 requirements that we mentioned earlier, that all applicants must be considered by the board, must be in compliance with the Wyoming Department of Audit and the Wyoming Department of Revenue requirements. Then it talks about the distribution of the funds, and it goes through what is reimbursable. I think you can see the list there, but it's basically everything that is absolutely related back to COVID, of course. And then it has, next goes into what's related as far as capital construction projects that may be applicable, and those must be related to COVID as well. So they're the temporary public medical facilities to increase COVID-19 treatment. Capital construction projects must be to address the current public health. So you can't do anything as to try to do something in the future or for other pandemics. This almost relate to the COVID-19. Then it provides a list of what is not eligible, and those are slides 10 and 11 on pages 5 and 6, and those are quite a few elements. I think you can see those clearly there. And then it provides what they use as eligibility criteria, and it would be the applications will be evaluated using the following criteria: whether the expenditure is an appropriate use of the fund and in compliance with the CARES Act, whether the expenditures were incurred and or continue to be incurred as a direct response to combating COVID-19 in Wyoming, whether the expenditure related to the economic impact of COVID-19 public health emergency, and whether the expenditure is in compliance with state law. Then it provides the application due dates. There is no cutoff date as far as they had to have all their applications in August 1st or anything like that. What the due dates are in order for it to be held at a specific meeting, be brought up before a specific meeting, they have to have it in 10 days prior, at least 10 days prior to that meeting, or it gets held over to the next meeting. And then it provides the overview of the process, which I can further discuss if you want, but it's in the memo. And then it talks about the subrecipients and the reporting requirements. It provides additional resources for you to look at, as well as the context for OSLI. And that's a real brief run through. I'm not sure I can answer any questions because I wasn't involved in this, or if you have questions that I can't ask, I can certainly go and request these from OSLI to answer your questions, or you can bring officials in here.
Okay, thank you. Any particular questions for Carla, or are there any follow-up or any additional questions or actions regarding the coronavirus relief grant funds before we move off to the next topic? Representative Gray.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess maybe we talk about this at the end of the day, but what is your vision on how we can have some legislative oversight over this process? Because it was our big topic, and I think it is important. And I assume we're looking at maybe one more one-day meeting before the session.
Yes, I think we'll have one more one-day session, at least one more day session before session. And as you said, I think some of that's not so much, it may or may not, we will have or not have legislation, but I think there's a number of questions that we've had today that we need answered, and we need to get back together and have those answers. And I think that in some instances we may need to have at least the specter of having another meeting scheduled in order to make sure that we've got some compliance. I think that will assist us with our compliance if we already have another meeting scheduled, or we know that we're going to have another meeting scheduled. When we send out these letters, I think we'll probably have more favorable responses to our letters if they know that we're planning on meeting again to review the results of those things. And so that's the plan. At least I have it. I haven't talked with Representative Barlow, with the Vice Chairman, about that, but that's kind of where I thought he was headed to with the amendment he made to the motion. And he gave us I think that was a thumbs up. I think that was the finger he used. So anyways, does that answer your question, Representative Gray? Okay. With that, anything else on? I think the other thing too will be, as I find it's really interesting when you look through all the tables that we got put together on the grants, that all the stuff that was applied for. It was, a little bit, I guess I don't ever blame anybody for asking. But it'll be interesting to see in the end what grants were actually made. And then in addition to that, the governor has significant authority to just simply do certain things and see how that goes. I think we'll all be very interested on how that has transpired over the course of this year. So with that, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that is actually one question I have. I mean, I'm seeing payroll reimbursement here, and I see some cities and some not here. And so I guess my thinking is, are some asking and some aren't, or, what's the thinking on that? It's just the people that ask are going to get this payroll reimbursement. I mean, some of them are like 800 grand.
I think you're misreading the charts. I think they've asked for those. I think that you see, as you go back through the other charts to see which ones have been granted and which ones are denied in the status, you'll find that most of those have been either denied or are to be determined status.
Okay.
In some instances, payroll is directly related to emergency responders or things like that. In other cases, it's just revenue replacement. It'll be, like I said, it's going to be interesting to look at the post-mortem on this and find out where this money actually went. But I think that if anything, I think the governor and the attorney general have been overly cautious in trying to make sure that it falls squarely within the guidelines of the of the CARES relief requirements, as opposed to being the other way and being too liberal. I know that there's a lot of legislators who have expressed frustration because they thought they were too strict with it all. But anyway, I think the governor wanted to make sure we were never in a position that we had to pay back something because we had been overly liberal with our interpretation of the CARES Act requirements. So with that, Representative Gray?
I got one follow-up for the department audit. I saw they just came on. Is that okay? On this
Sure.
PowerPoint. Thanks. So there's this slide on page 3 about prior to any applications being considered, applicants must be in compliance with all Department of Audit and Department of Revenue reports. So I'm just curious, does that mean that letter of that we were talking about earlier of the ones that haven't submitted reports, is that included in that? I assume that is.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, yes, those would be included. And just in general, not just with CARES Act money, but grants in general running through state lands, they do contact us to ask if specific entities are in compliance with their reporting requirements.
Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Oh, thank you. If one of those special districts did want to apply for CARES Acts, like we were talking about enforcement earlier, well, this is certainly a level of enforcement that has come up, just connecting it to it. Are they able to take corrective action and now submit their report, or is it kind of just a done deal? I'm just curious.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I think we have had instances where entities have come back at a later time and submitted all the required paperwork to become in compliance.
Okay. Anything else? All right, let's go on to item 9, the compliance report. Carla, I think you're still on tap for the compliance report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be brief on my part. The committee asked for information regarding the findings and recommendations from the 2019 State of Wyoming Compliance Report for fiscal year ending in 2019. And so in discussions with the state auditor, I was given the resource of McGee, Hearn, and Paez, who actually are the auditors, the consultants that provided the audit. And we have 3 of the representatives here. Mr. Dugas, who is a partner with McGee, Hearn, and Paez, and his accompanying staff. And he will provide you with a more broad and understandable explanation about what the findings and the recommendations are. And he can provide the relevance to the state and to the entities. So I'll just go ahead and turn that over to Mr. Dugas, if I may.
Sure, that's fine. Mr. Dugas, we're glad to have you today. I guess you have with you Randy Morrow and Stephanie Pickering. I think they're all from your group. Is that right? I see you all on here today. A quick question is Stephanie Pickering related to Nick Pickering? I thought so. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's thank you very much. So with that, Mr. Dugas, go ahead. You need to unmute yourself, Mr. Dugas. One more time. There we go. I think
you can hear me now.
There we go. Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much, and legislative members of the Management Audit Committee, thank you. I would like to My name is Ken Dugas. I serve as the partner responsible for the statewide audit, which is kind of in two pieces that we'll get into later. And I'd like to introduce Brandy Maru. She's a partner of mine here at MHP as well, and then Stephanie Pickering is a senior manager. Brandy, her primary role is to oversee the financial audit, what we call the CAFR, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Stephanie Pickering saw the compliance report that we are actually here today to mostly speak to you about. Both reports, both audits are kind of intermingled. They kind of work together. I kind of like to describe it as, you know, two hands with our fingers fitting together. So there is a crossover between the two audits, and that's why Brandy is with us today as well. The CAFR, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, was done earlier, issued in January, and I believe the State Auditor's Office presented that to you earlier. But to the extent that those things intermingle, interreact, we'll be touching base on that a little bit as well. And then, of course, if you have any questions of us regarding that financial report, we'll be happy to address those for you as well. The compliance report that we're here to visit with you today covers really two opinions. One of those opinions is over GAGAS, Generally Accepted Government Auditing Standards, and that's if you've got the report in front of you, that's the first report on page 1, okay? And it addresses two components, if you will. The first one is internal control over your financial reporting processes and the things that could have a significant impact to the financial statements. The second item is that's I think I heard one of you refer to the yellow book earlier this morning. That GAGAS is the yellow book. And then it also addresses whether or not there were any compliance findings that we found in our audit relative to state and local laws and rules. And we'll get into that as well a little bit later. Page 3 is the second report. That is the report on federal dollars, and the state receives federal dollars and expends those federal dollars. Our entire audit really addresses the expenditure of those dollars, and we'll show you some schedules a little bit later that report those expenditures. But that report on page 3 then talks about internal controls around the compliance and accounting controls, financial controls around those federal dollars. And then the report discusses where we found some compliance issues with some of the federal programs that we tested. And again, we're going to be getting to those at a high level a little bit later. Just before I hand it off to Stephanie to talk about what we call the single audit, the federal compliance piece, just want to remind you that, because it's important, that our testing and our reporting around those matters is based upon expenditures that the state did incur. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Stephanie.
Thanks, Ken. So for those of you that are not familiar with the single audit process, we thought we might just give you a short, brief introduction to that. So the single audit process for us is very well laid out by the U.S. federal government, and it provides us guidance on how we select programs to audit as well as what type of compliance requirements within those programs that we audit. So the guidelines about which programs we select is promulgated by the Code of Federal Regulations. And then the compliance requirements that we audit then are really driven by the Office of Management and Budget. They put out what's called a compliance supplement each year that we use to drive our audit procedures. The CFR, or also commonly known as Uniform Guidance, identifies the total coverage of the state's federal expenditures that we have to audit each year. The state, as a high-risk auditee, we have to get a minimum of 40% coverage on all federal expenditures during the year. After we kind of identify what that base amount is that we're going to audit during the year, we select our programs for auditing. Programs that spend $3 million or more every year are what we call Type A programs, and those are traditionally audited once every 3 years. And then to add a little bit of unpredictability into the audit process, we have programs that are between $750,000 and $3 million, which are called high-risk Type B programs, and those kind of get selected on a rotating basis, and they kind of fill in the gaps of what we need to get to that 40% coverage of federal expenditures during the year.
Stephanie,
one of the kind of exceptions to that, yes, sir?
Can I get you to back up and go through those 3 levels again? Just go ahead and do those one more time.
Yeah, you got it. So the first level is kind of what we call the Type A threshold, and that's any federal program that expends more than $3 million during the year. And those get selected once every 3 years unless we deem those programs to be high risk. Medicaid is one of those programs. So the Medicaid program, the U.S. federal government has identified as a high-risk program. So that program gets audited every single year, not just once every 3 years. The kind of next tranche below that is what we call Type B programs. And those are programs with expenditures between $750,000 and $3 million. So it's kind of a wide range. We kind of assess those programs for risk. It's kind of the one area where we get a little bit of auditor judgment, and we select the number of programs from there that we need to get to that 40% coverage dollar amount. Does that help, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. And then, and so when you talk about 40% dollar coverage, I'm assuming that means you look at all the programs that fall within the Type B, look at all dollars, and whichever ones the auditors pick, you need to cover at least 40% of all the expenditures for that given. And I guess is this each year, each fiscal year, or is this based upon our biennial?
Nope, it's the state's fiscal year. So yes, we would look in total at the federal expenditures for that fiscal year and identify what 40% is. And then from there, kind of look at the ones that are mandatorily required to be audited. Those are your Type A programs. And then from there, you kind of select the additional number of programs that you need to get to that coverage. It's a little bit more complicated, but I would hate to bore you with that kind of technicality there.
Just for clarification though, the 40% limitation, is that just for Type B programs conglomerated, or is that for all federal programs conglomerated?
For all federal programs, yep.
So if you get Medicaid, if you get Medicaid every year, you're already a long way down that 40% coverage. Okay, gotcha.
Yes,
all
sir.
Right.
Yep. If you look at page 7 in the compliance report, Ken will go over a little bit more in detail here in a few minutes, but this is kind of a listing of your total federal expenditures during the 2020 fiscal year end, and you could see that you had $933 million, and then from there it would be 40% of that number.
Okay.
So on average, we audit between 18 and 20 programs during the year. For 2019, we ended up auditing 21 programs, and you can see the listing of all of the programs that we audited last year on page 19. In total, we covered 6 different state agencies, and we audited $567 million in federal expenditures. Also, throughout the year, we do address federal correspondence from the various federal agencies in relation to any of our prior year findings, questions they have on our write-ups, et cetera. So that's another item that we do throughout the year. Ken, do you want to spend a little bit more time on page 7?
You bet. You bet. Thank you. So Stephanie referenced page 7 already, and we're going to take a look at page 7 and page 8. And what page 7 does for you is it sorts the federal dollars that the state of Wyoming received, again, for the 1 year ended June 30, or expended for the 1 year ended June 30, 2019, by federal granting agency. So you could see on that page, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, about 2/3, 3/4 of the way down of that list, was the $480 million that has been previously referenced, and that's largely the Medicaid program. One thing to note from that page is the federal agency that provides the state of Wyoming the greatest amount of dollars becomes the state's oversight entity as well. So we are oftentimes working and dealing with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in that regard.
So just to if I
please.
understand what you just said, so then because the vast majority, well, in this case, over half of the total federal expenditures come as a single audit entity, that then goes back and is reported back to HHS, because that's who has the most. That's what I understood. So if there's additional inquiry, there's additional information requested from the federal government, it would come through HHS generally. Is that how?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Right.
We do get inquiry from others as well, but Department of Health and Human Services signs off. So just again, on page 7, you could see that DHHS provides approximately $480 million, which is 51% of the total federal expenditures for that year. Department of Education comes in at approximately 12%. Department of Agriculture is next, and they're at about 9%.
Okay.
And then moving over to page 8, it's the same total number, if you will, but it's what was expended through the state's agencies. So again, the Wyoming Department of Health had the greatest expenditure of dollars, $436 million, right? That represented about 47% of total expenditures. The second highest amount kind of follows suit with the federal schedule on page 7. The Wyoming Department of Education expends $126 million roughly, which is about 14%. And then the third is the Wyoming Department of Family Services, which expends about $101 million, or 11% of the total. And so the total expenditures are in the first column with the numbers. The second is actually those state dollars that the state receives from the feds, but then passes through to other political subdivisions of the state, and that's about $193 million.
All right, well, I have been asked to give you all an overview of the schedule of findings and question costs. And so this schedule starts on pages 18 and 19. And these first 2 pages are just a quick summary of the information just presented by Ken and Stephanie, so I'm not going to go over that in detail. And then on page 20, you'll see we start with the financial statement findings. And before I go through a summary of those findings for the financial statements, I did want to give a quick overview of findings in general. So typically, the findings are comprised of anywhere from 7 to 9 components. If it's a single audit or compliance finding, there are a couple of additional components to the finding. From a single audit perspective, it starts out with the grant award identification. So this is the information for the federal awarding agency to know which grants are impacted by that finding, and that is not applicable to the financial statement findings. We then move into the criteria. So this indicates who says this is a problem. It's the regulatory body that directs our testing. We then discuss the condition or the context, and this is a description of what the problem is and provides more detail. We then list question costs, which again is not applicable to the financial statement findings, but for the single audit, this tells the federal oversight entities what amount of money was possibly misspent and may need to be returned to the federal awarding agency by the state. We then move into the effect. And so the effect is really, why should you as a reader care about this problem? What is the impact to either the federal program or to the financial statements? The cause, will discuss how or why the problem occurred. We do indicate if the finding that we've identified is a repeat finding. And then we move into the recommendation, which is how do we correct, or how do we suggest that the agency correct or resolve this problem? And then lastly, every finding ends with the views of the responsible officials as well as their corrective action plan. And that is actually referenced in a separate exhibit, as those documents are prepared and provided directly by each of your agencies. Typically, the CFO of the agency provides that for us for inclusion in our report. In addition, there are different types of findings that we report. So we have compliance findings, and that can either be a compliance finding with laws and regulations, as Ken previously stated, state statutes for the financial statement, or it can be non-compliance with the federal awards from the single audit perspective. And then we also have internal control findings. And so there's 3 classifications of internal control findings. You can have a control deficiency, a significant deficiency, or a material weakness. And these are all defined back on pages 1 and 2 of the report that Ken went over earlier. So at the bottom of page 1, it defines a deficiency in internal control is when the design or operation of an internal control does not allow management or the employees to prevent or detect and correct misstatements in a timely manner. And that is the lowest level of a control deficiency. We are not required to communicate those in writing, and so many of those are communicated directly to management as we're performing our testing verbally. From there, you move up to a significant deficiency, and so that can be one or more control deficiencies that are not as severe as a material weakness, but still merit the attention of those charged with governance. And then the third classification is the material weakness, and that is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies that where there's a reasonable possibility that it could lead to a material misstatement within the financial statement. So that's a high-level overview of what is included in findings, as well as the types of findings that we report. So again, if you will turn to page 20, that is the beginning of the findings we identified for the financial statement audit. And we did have a total of 16 findings this year, 2019-001 through 2019-016. Those findings were spread across 6 agencies, the State Auditor's Office, the State Treasurer's Office, Department of Workforce Services, the Department of Revenue, Department of Health, and Enterprise Technology Services. Of those findings, we had 7 that were classified as material weaknesses, 7 that were classified as significant deficiencies, and then we had 3 yellow book or compliance findings. One of those was classified as a material weakness, and then the other 2 did not have any financial statement impact due to the timing of the noncompliance and the subsequent corrections. In addition, as a result of those 16 findings, we did have 3 that were repeat findings from the prior year, and that would be 006 with the Treasurer's Office, 007 with the Department of Workforce Services, and 014 with Enterprise Technology Services. our plan was to not go through each of the findings in detail, but to save time at the end of our presentation for questions. But in general, the majority of the financial statement findings result to audit adjustments that we identified through the course of our audit procedures. We then go through and we do try to group those audit adjustments when possible if there are common causes for those items. And in general, if you were to look through those findings, some of the more common causes include turnover, changes in legislation where perhaps the internal control processes didn't identify that and modify the projects as necessary. In some cases, there were new or revised changes in the information technology systems that, again, were not reflected in the policies and the procedures over those projects. But overall, the majority of the findings, we tried to include multiple adjustments if they had similar causes. So I can take any questions now, or Stephanie is prepared to move into the compliance findings on page 34.
So question, Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious, how many people did you have working on this, and how long did it take to complete this report?
So we typically are starting to do some audit procedures as early as May before year end, and that's typically when we do our information technology review. So we utilize RSM, we are an alliance firm of. They come in and they have a specific team that specializes in reviewing financial statement information technology systems. And we do go through and review information systems that have significant financial statement impacts in May, and that's when that starts. And then starting in June and July, we start doing some preliminary testing. We go through and we make selections of different items that we need documentation pulled for. We really start, the kickoff of the audit is typically at the end of September. And at that point, I believe we have 7 to 8 staff people who are then assigned full-time to this engagement. Throughout the next couple of months, we add a few more people. I think we get up to a total of 12 to 13 staff that will be on this engagement through the completion of the audit, which we have typically completed the middle of December with the exception of last year.
And I will, sorry, Mr.
Something
Chairman.
you want to add? I was, go ahead. If there's something to complete that answer, I had another question I was going to ask.
Okay, I will just add, so I think Mr. Chairman, the answer that Brandy provided you addresses the financial or CAFR audit. The compliance audit, it runs a little differently. We get started with the compliance audit again before year end. We get in there and start doing some preliminary testing so that May date that Brandy provided you with would apply to the single audit piece as well. However, the single audit itself is not due to the feds until March 31st every year, and we are doing compliance testing all the way through the summer, fall, into January and February. We're doing field work, and then, you know, in the month of March, we're just following up on some loose ends and things. So that audit runs a little bit longer, probably involves slightly fewer of our staff.
So
Mr.
thank
Chairman?
you for that. And the question I would have then for you is as we go through and look at these the schedule of findings and question costs, our CAFR this year was qualified, I believe. Is that not?
No, the CAFR received an unmodified opinion.
An unmodified opinion? Okay. So is there, what I'd like you to do, I mean, not all, you know, you've already kind of covered this a little bit, but not all findings and question costs are created equal. Some of them are some are more serious, significantly more serious than others. Is that correct? And so what I think I'd like you to do next, unless there's some other background or contextual questions from the committee, I'd like you to take us through the most serious, the most serious ones and help us understand the nature of those and help us understand those and identify those for us, the ones that are the most significant to us, both with respect to just overall the compliance audit, as well as issues that bring our potentially bring our CAFR into question.
Mr. Chairman, so yes, Stephanie had some final remarks, I guess, for the single audit or the compliance piece to address those next findings. And with your permission, perhaps we'll have her do that first, and then we'll come back and identify, in our opinion, what we believe to be the most serious findings.
Thank you. So yeah, let's do that. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to steal I didn't mean to step on you, Stephanie.
Mr. Chairman, maybe to clarify a little bit. So you may have seen in the single audit opinion that there was a couple of programs that were qualified, and that might be just a little bit of clarification for you when you made your earlier remarks. So the single audit piece, we issue our opinion on each major federal program. So all of the federal programs, with the exception of 2 last year, were unmodified. There were 2 where we did issue a modified opinion. That was the vocational rehab program within the Department of Workforce Services and the Children's Health Insurance program within the Department of Health. And even within that opinion was only qualified to certain compliance requirements. So it wasn't the entire program, it was just bits and pieces, if you will, of that particular program. In total, for the single audit piece or the compliance piece, we had 9 compliance findings. Within that, we also issued 3 material weaknesses, internal control, 2 within that vocational rehabilitation program, and 1 in the CHIPS program, and then 7 additional significant deficiencies. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit about the qualified opinion piece from earlier.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great. Maybe I'll just start, and then Brandy can jump in on the financial statement side. If you were to look at the compliance programs that maybe you should key into a little bit more, it would probably be the vocational rehabilitation program, primarily because we have issued repeat findings for earmarking. So if you were to look at page, let me find it here. It's finding number, I thought I had it bookmarked.
62 through 62.
It's on page 45. It's the earmarking findings. We have audited the vocational rehabilitation program since 2017. And as I mentioned earlier, normally we would only audit that program once every 3 years, unless there's a material weakness in that program. And due to various reasons, that program has continued to have repeat findings each year, primarily in the earmarking as well as the level of effort compliance requirement area. So that probably would be the most significant finding to kind of draw your attention to today. That agency has had some fairly significant turnover in their financial department over the last several years that contributes to difficulties, I think, in administering that program, as well as some change in legislation that has made it a little bit difficult for that program to budget and kind of pivot, if you will, into how they're going to administer their programs and budget that program. And I think that's probably the driving force behind continued repeat findings in that particular agency. We do qualify it based on the dollar amount of the question costs. As auditors, we set materiality thresholds for what our risk level we are comfortable with. And in this, the instances where we modified our opinion, it was because the question costs were greater than our comfort level or that materiality level. The other findings, while you do see repeat findings in types of compliance requirements, so for example, subrecipient monitoring is something that we regularly draft findings on. those happen to just be similar findings, but in different agencies from year to year.
So on,
And if I may interrupt,
just before you, yeah, just 1 second. So when you talked about the ones in the, so it's on page 45, is it, it's 2019, 22. Is it also, does it also extend to 2023 and 2024, or is it just 2022?
So our,
As far as both.
our unqualified opinion was on the earmarking compliance requirement, which is 22,
Okay.
and also on 24, which is matching. While they do have question costs and level of effort, that dollar threshold was low enough that we still gave that particular compliance requirement an unmodified opinion.
Okay, thank you. Now, go ahead. There's somebody else who's going to jump in. Doug, Ken, was that you?
yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So before your question, Stephanie referenced subrecipient monitoring, and that is a compliance requirement that the state has on the dollars that they moved on to another entity, a subrecipient. And, you know, on page 8, that second column there that we talked about where there was $192 million that the state actually passed on to other, you know, cities, towns, counties, et cetera. The state is also responsible to monitor those funds to ensure that, you know, a county that received some of these monies is spending it on what they needed to spend it on, or should be spending it.
So if we take, for example, if you look at the big number, was the Department of Education, WDE, Department of Education. In fact, the majority of its grant programs are passed through. And so what you're saying is that the State Department of Education, or the state as a whole, has a responsibility to monitor and ensure that those grants are spent not only at the state level, but at the subrecipient level or at the local school district level, see that they've complied. And so how do we do that? I mean, and as you review that program, do we do that well, or where are we at on that?
Mr. Chairman, I'll take that. I think that by and large, the state does a pretty good job, particularly in the agencies that are comfortable passing through dollar amounts. So Department of Education, as a great example, is very used to passing down those funds and monitoring those programs. They have really good internal controls and checklists to kind of monitor to all of those compliance requirements. And it kind of depends. Guidance tells you as the state that those program managers need to do a risk assessment process on each of their subrecipients to identify how best they should monitor those. And those processes vary greatly from program to program and state agency to state agency, but in some form or fashion typically involves monitoring of reimbursement requests, grant applications, desk audits, and in the field monitoring at some point over the course of whatever that grant period might be for those subrecipients.
Okay, thank you. And so that's done generally by our Department of Audit. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's done by each individual program manager within the individual state agency.
Oh, okay. So if we go back to our WDE, whoever the program manager is responsible for that compliance. And so, and then I would assume that as each of these agencies, that, for example, let's just stay with our school districts, for example, school districts are large enough so they have outside auditors. And so is it a part of the audit, is it part of the fiscal audit, or the audit that is done by the outside CPAs at school districts? Do they deal with or come back in and do some kind of testing to verify compliance with this portion of the federal program, the single audit requirements that the state has?
Yep, Mr. Chairman. So the same set of standards for how your federal dollars are audited applies to those school districts. So your school districts are large enough that they're also receiving a single or a financial and single audit by an outside CPA firm. At the state level, one of the subrecipient monitoring requirements is to get a copy of that financial statement audit. And then the agency or program manager must review that to make sure that there are no findings that would be applicable to, say, food and nutrition services as an example, or the child nutrition cluster. And if there were, the state has a responsibility to follow up with that subrecipient, identify what the corrective action would be, and continue to monitor that finding. So it's happening both at the local level as well as at the state level.
And so part of what you monitor, part of what your audit does is you monitor how those who monitor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Members, other questions at this point? Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to pages 22 through 24 briefly, just so I understand how a little bit more about how the legislature itself interfaces with some of this information. There's these findings here relate to the state treasurer's office. And it looks like there's really some significant movement of money in terms of how they accounted for things and how the auditors accounted for them, and I assume made adjustments related to that. And my question has to do with how we evaluate this from the standpoint of the constitutional requirement that all income be distributed. And it turns out, my understanding is that all income is defined by the treasurer. So that when we're distributing income, it doesn't necessarily conform to GAAP or CAFR. It conforms in some way to the treasurer's office. And I'm wondering how we close that gap, like with these adjustments that you made. How do they work back through the process of the treasurer's office and find their way into the goldenrod and other information, the budget that the legislature is looking at?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Obermuller, we do confirm the total investment portfolio, which would include the total investment income, with the third-party custodians of the state, primarily JP Morgan, as well as its various alternative investment managers. And from there, we do go through and we reconcile to ensure the total amount of investment income that has been recognized in each of the respective funds accumulates up to those totals. You are correct in that throughout the year, unrealized amounts in that investment portfolio can be held in a pool that doesn't get distributed throughout the year. But at year end, the state treasurer's office works with the state auditor's office to post adjustments to allocate those earnings across the appropriate investment pools and then down into the appropriate fund classes that are reflected within the financial report.
Okay, I'll follow up, Mr. Chairman, on the, I know the treasurer has, the treasurer's office has their own way of accounting for capital losses. Are there other differences than their treatment of capital losses than from what goes up on the CAFR? In other words, do you make other types of adjustments every year besides what's related to capital losses?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Obermuller, so typically those adjustments are being made by the state auditor's office. The treasurer's office and the auditor's office work very closely subsequent to year end. And the state treasurer's office projects are some of the largest projects that go through the state auditor's office for purposes of making the required adjustments to the CAFR. As far as perhaps getting to your question with respect to maybe unique adjustments that have to be made, so we do have an adjustment related to, let me see where it's at. So there was an adjustment where the state treasurer's office may allocate money between different investment managers, and then as a result of that, they are recognizing gains and losses as that money gets moved between different fund classes. However, because that money is not actually changing hands between investment managers, it cannot be recognized for GAAP purposes. And so we did have an audit adjustment related to that this year. And I am looking to see which specific adjustment that might be. I might, Representative Obermueller, I may have to get back to you on that specific audit finding.
Okay, that's fine. On page 24, as an example, I mean, all these scheduled findings and questions, I assume are at your level, not at the state auditor's level, right?
I'm sorry, could you pose that question again?
Right, I'm taking the condition in context on page 24, where you refer to that the state treasurer's office did not distribute approximately 127 million of federal mineral royalties. To me, I take that as something that you found in the audit process.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Obermueller, that would be correct. So in that case, it wasn't that they did not distribute it, they just did not distribute it timely. So the state statute referenced in that condition in context, the first bullet on page 24, indicated that those were to be distributed no later than June 30th, 2019, and that did not occur timely.
And so a follow up on that, then how did that impact the information that came to the legislature, or that will come to the legislature, in terms of the timing of that distribution?
Yes, so for purposes of the audit report, we would have reflected that money in the proper fund that it belonged in as of year end. So we would have shown, the state auditor's office would have booked an adjustment to show that that money was shown as a due to, due from, between the two fund classes where the money should have moved between.
And then you hand that adjustment to the treasurer's office, and they make that on their books so that our records are straight, or do they not make that adjustment?
It doesn't work that way.
So the WOLF is the accounting system used by the state of Wyoming, and it operates primarily on a cash basis. So that adjustment would have already been reflected in the fiscal year 20 financial activity of the state. What we work off of is the state auditor's office uses a secondary accounting system called Engagement, where they upload all of the different funds balances and accounting activity, and then they're posting all of the adjustments within that accounting system. So what will happen is you will see that transfer within your fiscal year 20 activity if you're looking at reports produced directly from WOLF. But as part of the fiscal year 20 close process, the state auditor's office will reverse the adjustment from fiscal year 19 to pull those monies out of the fiscal year 20 activity. Does that address your question, Representative Obermueller?
Representative Obermueller, I think
As far as we can go with it today, yes, thank you very much.
it is. And Representative Obermueller, I think later on, tomorrow we'll be talking about that in capital finance. I can just tell you that the treasurer's office, the state auditor's office, and LSO and appropriation have been monitoring that very closely, because it directly affects, it's not so much the financial gain, but it does affect appropriations. It does affect the ability, particularly the cash flow with respect to the amount appropriated in the budget. And so that's been a very elevated topic of discussion in the last year now. And we'll talk about it tomorrow, but I believe that the most recent reports, if you remember, the legislature passed a bill that required the state treasurer start to report monthly back to us and the state auditor's office about where they were on trying to get this thing caught up, because they were so far behind. Okay. And so they are finally caught up. It took them the better part of the fiscal year to get caught up, but I believe they are caught up, and at least the initial preliminary distributions from last year, and also the ones required for this year, have been made timely or very, very close. So we're in a lot better shape than we were a year ago. And we'll talk about that, I think, some more later and certainly tomorrow. But it
All
doesn't
right,
have a whole
yeah.
lot to do with the financial reporting other than the adjustments, I believe, that Randy's referred to.
Yeah, so what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, is I'm not the first one who's been thinking about this.
No, it's been a very elevated topic of discussion since about February.
Yes.
Well, actually, probably earlier now. We had a long discussion about it last January at the very end of this meeting. So it's actually been going on since about September of last year. It's almost a year now. So a lot of progress has been made
All right.
with that.
Mr. Chairman?
And I do want to get back to find these most significant audit findings and things you thought we ought to be paying attention to. So, but go ahead and wrap up, Brandy, with whatever you need to add.
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Obermuller, the adjustment or the finding I was trying to find earlier is 2019-004 on page 23. And so that was an adjustment that we identified related to the fact that there had been some improper gross ups of gains and losses within the accounting system that needed to be removed.
Okay, thank you. So
And Mr. Chairman, did you want me to give you an overview of the higher level findings?
well, what I was trying to do is get to the ones that you thought were most significant, the ones that you thought we ought to pay the most attention to out of the group that we had. And we'll talk about probably some of the others, but we were looking for those most significant findings, the ones that you thought that we ought, as the Management Audit Committee, ought to be paying the most attention to. And so we had just been through and talked about the vocational rehab, particularly, what was it, I've got a circle 2020, 2022, and also 2024. And I don't know if I was under the impression we were just about done talking about vocational rehab and we're about ready going to the next one, but that's kind of where we left off before Representative Obermuller took us down that other road there a little bit.
So Mr. Chairman, as far as the financial statement findings go, findings 001 on page 20 through 007 on page 26 represent the material weaknesses, which are the adjustments that we proposed that were the most material to the financial statements. So those would be the items that would have the most significant impact on the unadjusted reports that you're seeing throughout the year to then the accrual-based financial statements that show up in the financial statement CAFR.
Right, and so I understand that, but there's a couple other criteria I think that enter into our discussion this afternoon, and one of them we've touched on already was the fact that, as you know, and you can help us with this as well. We're trying to get your recommendations. If you were in our shoes, what would you be paying? Where would you go focus your attention? And so the one that we've talked about is one of the ones we've talked about, and why we were talking about vocational rehab was the fact that they were repeat weaknesses or repeat question or repeat in the schedule of findings. And so help us as we go through that, as we, you know, again, not all of these are created equal. What are the ones we ought to be paying the most attention to? And if the answer is 1 through 21, that's okay. We just need to know, like I say, we would like your perspective. We'll make our own judgments. We're trying to get your perspective about, if you were in our shoes, where would you focus your attention?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So finding 2019-001, there were some very significant adjustments in that finding. And one of the things that I think is very important to acknowledge about the state is that it's a very decentralized accounting process, and that each agency is doing their own accounting on a cash basis, and then at year end, all of those different agencies come together and report to the state auditor's office to convert your financial statements to an accrual basis. So there's a lot of risk in that process.
2019-001 and 2019-002 were in large part involved in the discussion we just had with Representative Obermuller. So yes.
Correct. And 2019-001 is really, the independent agencies were aware of all of that activity, but they perhaps didn't communicate them timely or effectively to one another to allow the activity to be booked properly. I would also draw your attention to to finding 2019-003, and there are probably a couple of others spread out throughout the report. 2019-006 is another one. And the reason I'm bringing these to your attention is that the cause of these findings is primarily related to data entry errors. So there is quite a bit of financial activity that is being summarized and accounted for within Excel spreadsheets. And obviously, Excel spreadsheets lend themselves to human error, data entry errors.
As you've been in, you know now that the STO has a new program which created its own set of problems that you get to play with this year. So we'll see how that moves forward. So, but yeah, I mean, some of those are being addressed, and but you're right. There's been a lot of attention focused on that as well. So, thank you for that.
And Mr. Chairman, as far as repeat findings, we did have 2019-006 on page 25. And that gets to the heart of what you just mentioned, which is the allocation of the cash and investments to the different pools and the funds were being done through voluminous Excel spreadsheets, which the Treasurer's Office has now implemented a new system for that purpose. And so we will be testing the new system that's been in operation for the entire fiscal year at this fiscal year end.
And so for an example, because the treasurer couldn't allocate the pooled income investment back to these funds, let's just take the unemployment insurance and workers' compensation, for example, that are administered through the Department of Workforce Services. They don't know exactly what, it makes it hard for them to know because they're awarding benefits. They've got that end going on. Their side, we don't know. We don't have the cash flow, that we don't understand what it is that where we're at in those particular funds, even though we have significant outflows of benefits. I mean, that's the example, and that's the problem that we have in that area from the problem that you've identified. Is that correct?
Correct. Due to the delay in the allocations and the actual posting to Wolf, I do know that there were a lot of questions being generated from agencies as to what that was going to look like.
And results in interfund borrowing and all kinds of other things that created a lot of more. And Router Racinas, I'm sure, will have some things to say about this too, but it snowballs a little bit. It continues to create more problems other places.
Yeah. The other two repeat findings we had were on page 26, 2019-007 in the Department of Workforce Services. And I believe for at least 2018 and possibly the year before, due to some turnover, their scheduled expenditure awards, which you'll see a related finding in the single audit section, their CFAs were not prepared properly, and so those resulted in pretty significant adjustments in both the current and the prior year.
What weren't prepared properly? What did you call them? The CFAs?
Schedule of expenditures of federal awards.
All right, thank you.
We like really long titles with acronyms.
Oh, we do too.
And then the last, Mr. Chairman, the last repeat finding we have is 2019-014 on page 31, which related to enterprise technology services and the fact that throughout our general controls IT review, we had recommended that a risk assessment be performed as the last one had not been performed since 2010. And so again, that was not implemented during 2019, which ETS indicated was primarily a result of a lack of funding to be able to implement that type of a risk assessment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll pause there for a second for members. Any other questions from members? Anybody else about the things we've been talking about or anything else right now? All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Keep going. Yes, please.
The only other item that I would like to bring your attention to is 2019-15 on page 32. This finding didn't have any financial statement impacts because the late timing of the transfers occurred within the same fiscal year. But I would like to draw your attention to the causes So the first one was the fact that there was a limitation within the accounting system whereby the state auditor's office was not able to process the transfer until the budget had been established. And that has since been rectified, I believe, by some changes that the state auditor's office has made. However, with respect to the second transfer in that finding, the state, based off of the language of the state statute and the timing of the reconciliations that are performed, it actually isn't possible for the state to make the transfer by the statutory deadline. And again, I believe the state auditor's office was going to be working with the Department of Revenue to determine if there could be some wording changes to that state statute.
All right, thank you. It's a great example of why they're not all created equal. Some of them, you just can't do what you just can't do. If not time, there's not time. So thank you for that. All right, so I think that takes us through the financial ones. So Stephanie, on the audit, on the additional compliance and findings of questions, there are additional ones you had that you would like to bring up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think so. I think that the ones that I probably would have called your attention to were the two that I already mentioned in the vocational rehabilitation program. The compliance audit is a little bit different in that we're generally geared towards looking at different programs from year to year, and so while so our findings change all the time, and I don't think that there really is a particular prevalent problem that maybe I would bring to your attention other than those repeat findings in the Department of Workforce Services.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any other questions for our friends at McGee, Hearn, and is it Piaz?
Highs.
Pies, okay. MHP, we'll just do that way.
Much
Representative.
easier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in terms of finding 2019-015-15 on page 32, I don't know, I find this one kind of fascinating. I mean, so did they not see that the transfer had not occurred, or, I mean, it seems like, was that ever brought up over an email to the state auditor's office or something, or is this just so automated that if it doesn't happen, no one even sees it? I mean, how did they find out that the transfer hadn't occurred? Who finally saw that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray, so in both of those cases, we were not the initial person to identify that those transfers hadn't occurred timely. They were identified in the course of the state's internal control processes. However, as we became aware of them during our audit process, we were then required to report that they were not performed timely. So the transfers did get processed and they were identified internally. It was really the timeliness of them that we're reporting in this finding.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just add to that. So what we're talking about here is, as we mentioned earlier, we do look at compliance with other state and local laws. This was out of compliance with state statute.
Right.
The timing of this.
Right. I mean, the transfer supposed to happen, and then the reporting, the timeliness was one issue of the transfer, and then the reporting, and some of those issues are another issue.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And Representative Gray, so specifically with respect to the first transfer, the state auditor's office was aware that they needed to make the transfer, but again, because of the system constraints, they weren't able to do that before the agency established the specific budget for which those funds were supposed to go into. So they continued to have communications with that agency, and they made the transfer as soon as that budget was established. But again, it wasn't timely in accordance with the statute.
Okay. So is there anything with respect to, anything else with respect to the schedule of findings and question costs? Is there any?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Stephanie.
Oh, no, I was just gonna kind of conclude that, I know that I heard some discussion earlier today about following up on, the status of prior year findings, and I did want to call your attention to, page 58 in your, or 54 in your report. This is just kind of our communication to you all and the reader about us following up on prior year findings. So that is a responsibility of ours under both government auditing standards as well as the uniform guidance. So all of those findings that we report in a prior year, management provides us a status update on their corrective action plan, and then we audit that status and report to the reader through the auditor's comments whether that finding has been resolved or whether it is a repeat finding. So just to kind of wrap up what our report to you all looks like, I wanted to draw your attention there.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions from our friends at here at MHP? Representative Gray, did you have something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on finding 2019-16 on pages 32 to 33, what's unclear to me, I understand it didn't affect on your, your fiscal statement, but the misinterpretation of the state statute, the way I read it, was never corrected so that the balances in the school foundation program reserve account and the budget reserve account would have ended up harmless to what it would have been if the statute had been followed correctly. So yeah, it didn't affect your financial statement to the federal government, to the CAFR, but it didn't affect the compliance report, but it was never actually corrected. Is that the way, am I reading that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, so with respect to the CAFR itself, you're correct, there was no impact. However, upon bringing this error to the Department of Revenue's attention, they did initiate a transfer to make that correction at that time. So again, that transfer would have been done in fiscal year 20 to correct the improper allocation of distributions.
So just as so when we come up with, when you get to your report next year where you kind of come back, I think was on page 54, when it comes back, will that show up next year in the statement of prior findings when those things have been corrected and they were done? They'll show up in this coming year's report. That should show up, and we should be able to see which of those things have been corrected, and those that haven't been will show up as a finding again. Is that my understanding?
Mr. Chairman, that understanding is correct.
Okay.
And the agency will have an opportunity to discuss the fact that they corrected that transfer on this date and what changes they made to try to ensure that that process, that error did not happen again.
Thank you. Other questions, members? Representative Obermueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at this current year audit, do you anticipate any issues relating to a timely issuance of that report, say by early December of this current year's audit?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermueller, I'll give you my thought in regard to that. My first reaction is based upon what we're seeing in a preliminary level right now. We've already been into the Treasurer's office and are learning their new system and starting some audit procedures in that regard. It seems like the auditor's office is ahead of where they were at this stage. So because of the reasons the report was delayed last year, I'd say no, I don't have any concerns in that regard. But then we've got that big C word in COVID, and we're not sure what that's going to do to us. We have, because of state budgetary concerns, there are some critical employees that are furloughed, and how that might impact timing and responsiveness towards completion of the audit. by the end of the year remains to be seen. I hope we don't get I don't know what wave we're in, but another COVID wave that shuts things down for a while. So I'm a little concerned about that. On that same point, I'll note that I think I referred to my introductory remarks that the Fed's actually extended the March 31 reporting deadline for this report we're talking about here today. I would be surprised if the Feds did not extend both, for federal purposes, the December 31 deadline, as well as perhaps even next March 31's deadline. But that remains to be seen, I think, largely because of COVID.
So, which also brings up the point on COVID relief funds themselves and how they're accounted for as well, and also particularly with the compliance issues. I don't know what you're going to do, other than, you have Treasury's given that scant guidance that they've given. So, that's another issue that you have, which I don't know what to say other than to stay tuned. You don't know what you don't know, but particularly in the compliance area, I mean, most of that happens after the close of the fiscal year, but certainly that money was distributed and was beginning to be expended prior to the close of the fiscal year. So, you'll know, maybe you'll know a little bit more by the time you get around to writing the report and can make those compliance adjustments or determinations. But my guess is that may slow you down too. I just don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how. And I guess you guys have been fighting that, and you guys are working that through your professional associations about how to best manage that, as well as the boards that send out those regulations. It's going to be an interesting year for all of us, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to add on to that. So every year the federal government puts out an update to what they call the compliance supplement, and it addresses all of these federal programs that the state is receiving. And if the feds are changing anything within that compliance supplement that will impact our testing on your June 30, 20 fiscal year, that compliance supplement just came out a week or so ago, and it excluded the CARES Act money. And they're telling us that the CARES Act compliance supplement might be issued in mid-October.
Yeah, don't hold your breath, Ken.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would also add that we've been working very closely with the state auditor's office in working with them surrounding the challenges of, reporting for the Coronavirus Relief Act and the CARES Act money, and particularly Deputy Troutwine is very active in kind of monitoring legislation and working with the component units that are receiving state funds. So we're keeping a very, very close eye on that, but as Ken mentioned, we're just not sure when that guidance is going to come in for us to be able to audit that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Senator Guru?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize. I think you asked this question, but I wanted to make sure that I had it clear because I had to ring off for a second. As far as from an accounting perspective at this point in time, some of the challenges that occurred last year within the Treasurer's office in getting those transfers made, getting all the brought up to date and all that, from what you're seeing right now, those challenges have been met. We've cleared most of that up now, and we're on track with all that. Is that what I heard?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Giroux. So it's our understanding that the Treasurer's office has become current with all of its transfers that it needed to make. We have also done some preliminary testing with the State Treasurer's office in the past 2 months, and we are receiving documents from them significantly more timelier than we received in the past. So from all indications, it appears that the systems and the processes that they have implemented are working and are allowing them to get information out more timely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Any final remarks from our friends at MHP? There being none, Thank you very much. Before we go to public comment, if the auditor's on the line, we use her name in vain several times during our discussion. Madam Auditor, if you'd like to speak to us, you're on there.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. I'll be real brief, knowing you're just a few minutes behind. First, I'd like to really thank MHP for being here to present today. And they're really in the best position to kind of give you a 30,000-foot view. So thank you to them. And also, just to reiterate what Stephanie said, they have been really excellent at interim communication right now and helping us work our way through the CARES Act funding so that we can do it right the first time, in theory, hopefully. I don't think I have a whole lot of other comments. I think the audit report speaks pretty accurately. I think specifically looking at the causes of the findings, those are well written and I think very reflective as to what went on. You know, I focus myself on repeat findings. We certainly don't want to be making the same mistake twice. So I would also ask that you look at the corrective action plans closely. I know for the findings related to my office, we've addressed all of those and are actively pursuing solutions to all of them. And I think they come from a variety of sources. You all know we had an extremely challenging timeline with getting information to my office. That being said, there's a few things that we just screwed up on. And so we're working to address all of those. The good news about this year's, meaning the June 30th, 2020 audit, that is not, the CARES money is not really going to hit hard until our 2021 audit. So we do have some time there. However, we did push out, I think, close to $100 million before June 30th, 2020. Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it at there, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. I should probably disclose after all my gushy compliments to MHP, I may or may not have worked for them at one time.
Okay, but I also know that you had a significant stint at the state Supreme Court before you had your current position. So it's not like you walked across the street and went to work in your current job either. So
true, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So any other questions on this subject before we continue to move on? Well, members, for Stephanie, Brandy, and Ken, thanks so much for appearing today. We may come back to you actually with a few other questions, but we appreciate your time and we appreciate your work and your candor today, and we hope that we can help everybody drive the Madam Auditor. We've always appreciated your cooperation. You've been just you guys get better every year, and we appreciate that. And so we all continue to work on the same page towards compliance and transparency and accountability. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
With that, is there any public comment? Abby, is there anybody in the waiting room or public comment with respect to item 9?
Mr. Chairman, there's no one in the waiting room.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go. Next, we're to ETS, item 10, and Director Knopp. Is Director Knopp or his first lieutenant around? There he is. Are you in Boston, Director Knopp, today? Is that the?
Oh, no, that's the Oculus from New York.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, welcome, Director Knopp. We're glad to have you today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
We're here for an update, and I don't know if you've heard some of our other discussions about some modifying things, but we'll go ahead and turn the time for you for your update. So thank you for appearing.
You bet. Thank you. And I have 2 layers of update. The topic I was given was comprehensive review of our agency. And I am aware that the JAC has contracted with an IT consultant to do a review. So I'll start by giving you what I know about that situation. We had a pre-kickoff meeting with a selected vendor on Tuesday, October 25th. And during that meeting, we had discussions around the scope of the project. And I believe through Mr. Swank at the LSO and that vendor, there are clarifications on the project scope being determined at this moment. So that's all I have as far as a report on the legislature's IT consultant update. Any questions on that?
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if your total budget right now, I mean, after your funding cuts is $115 million late per biennium, why do we need another IT consultant? I mean, are you not able to handle what's going on with that, or like what's going on there?
Representative Barlow, did you have something to add to that?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I'm not mistaken, the IT consultant that Mr. Knopp is referring to is one that's a legislative effort appropriated by the legislature to go forth, and maybe a member of JAC, Senator Grew, could update us on that effort. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, thank you. Senator Guru, can you help us?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Chair. Yes, we were asked by work with the Management Council and JAC to engage with a firm, and we picked Barry Dunn, a firm from back east, actually to come and kind of help do just an overview. One of the things that we found during, and those of you that watched, I know a lot of you did, we had a lot of requests for IT, over $100 million in requests for new IT equipment through ETS. And we were very concerned at JAC about the requests, about the number of them, the scope, where we were going with our budget. So we did what good legislators do. We approved about 1/3 of them, and then hired a consultant and said, help us see how we can work and get change, and help Gordon and his crew work to put together a plan that could save us some money down the road. And so that's where Barry Dunn came in. We interviewed a number of firms, and they stood out, and they are going to come online here. We're actually working on the date right now for them to come on and work and see where we can get some efficiencies and where we can get some savings across the system. And some of the things, I know some of you all have met with groups from Microsoft and Google, and talked about cloud-based services, talked about everything. And when I talk about this, I can barely open attachments. So I'm not exactly the coin of the realm on this, but we felt trying to figure out what the best way to go forward in a cost-effective way. And we thought we would better have another pair of eyes on this. And that's where we're at. That's what we've done. And we're moving forward.
So Senator James, that answer your question?
Not quite, Mr. Chairman. Is ETS not capable of doing this?
It didn't have any, this was not ETS's idea. This was the joint.
Well, no, I'm asking
recommendation.
I'm asking Gordon, is ETS not capable of doing this type of assessment?
I believe, I will tell you that we are in the process of taking care of being able to do this. So yes, I believe we can do it. The JAC felt that they needed a consultant that reported to them to sort of double check, I guess, is the way it was explained to me.
Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess one thing I would bring to this, Senator Guru, I would just ask, these consultants, I just think it's really important on the back end that we get some kind of statement on the money that has been saved. And because it seems like sometimes the legislature spending more money on the consultants than ends up being saved. And so I just wanted to add that, because I really hope there's some sort of statement at the end of this report that identifies how much was saved in those 2/3 of requests that are going to be some way consolidated that weren't approved yet. And because we had this second look, we're being more efficient. And so anyway, just a comment.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Senator Guru.
You bet. Representative Gray, I can tell you that I'm one of 2 members of the body that did not vote for the Mercero and Alvarez study on efficiency. So I agree with you. And I did not take voting for this consultant lightly. But the question was, and can ETS and Gordon and his crew do this job? I believe they can. It was a question of timing and a question of how fast could they do it? Because every request that we got at JAC was right now, got to do it. You've got to spend the money. Well, I think we all know where we are with our cash position and where we are right now in our total financial picture. We can't. So the question was spending this money, and we actually cut our own management council, cut the appropriations committee allotted $750,000 for this study. It was cut by management council, which I'm also on, to $250,000. And so we're spending $250,000 on this consultant. I think that's the right number. And so I too want to make sure that we get the biggest bang for the buck. And I will be asking to see what, and looking to see what kind of savings we agree. So I'll be able to answer that question for you. But really, that was the thing. It wasn't anything against ETS. It was just a question of getting them some help in a timely fashion so we can kind of separate the wheat from the chaff of what we have to spend right now, where we can combine, what should we do with these cloud-based systems, what shouldn't we do, and how to move forward and try to do it in the most expeditious way possible.
Thank you. Gordon, do you have anything to add?
Not at this time.
Okay. Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just really quickly want to add one thing. I appreciate that engagement, Senator Guru, on my question. And I do want to be clear, I wasn't targeting any particular efficiency study in particular, but I've just noticed that we need to be careful on these things across my experience with these things, which, thank you.
Thank you. So Gordon, Director off. So your second part of your update.
Okay. So the second part is, as you might recall, when I began, I came in and said that I believed, based on my initial learning, that we needed to do a comprehensive review of ETS. And so I've undertaken that myself with our team. And I reported most of that last time we met, which I believe was November. Forgive me if I'm off a little bit on that. And I shared with you that we had lots of needs in lots of areas, but I thought I would give you the update on where we are with that. And what I would say, as far as a comparison goes, is the work that I've been doing since I came on board about 18 months ago is from stem to stern, looking at ETS, how we can become more efficient, how we can meet the statutory obligations that we have. You may recall that I reported there were statutory obligations that ETS had that they had fallen down on. They hadn't quite gotten to. We hadn't gotten to, sorry. I can't say they, right? I've been here for 18 months. We did not make that a point of emphasis until we did the analysis and figured out that there was a gap there. And primarily that's in the area of data, but and that's all in the past that I've reported those things. So here's the update moving forward. And instead of spending the time on, and I'm roughly going to go over the document that I shared last Friday, right? So if you want to look at that, I'll be diving deeper into those areas. But the first thing is, I don't want to not recognize the good work that we have inside of ETS or areas of celebration, but I believe the focus right now is on the opportunities for improvement. So I do want you to know there are good things, and we have shared those inside the agency, because when you focus on all the negative, right, I don't want anyone here to have a misconception that I'm coming in and just hammering people for not doing things, because that's not the intent at all. Matter of fact, it's the opposite. You may recall I've referred to in the past high-performing organizations. You have to balance a triangle. And on the triangle, there's 3 sides, right? One side is results. And we tend to get focused on results, rightfully so. But there's also processes that have to be enabled and aligned to get to those results. But the foundation of that triangle are the relationships, the people. So all three of those sides are coming together. I don't want what I say here to be misconstrued as I'm focused on just one area. So that being said, I will tell you that at a high level, the targeted areas are IT operations, how we do business, IT support, which is HR and the business and finance portions of the ETS agency, and leadership. There are some foundational shifts that we're doing to align ourselves with industry standards, best practice. So in IT, while it is a relatively new realm, there are emerging and have been emerging best practice standards that are accepted across the industry. The largest and most accepted product or framework around this is called ITIL. It's an acronym, ITIL. It's no longer an acronym. When it was started, it was called Information Technology Infrastructure Library. It doesn't quite apply anymore, but that acronym has been kept. And that is a collection of best practices. And again, that's the most widely adopted best practice across the world for IT services. We are in the process of training our people on that, and we're in the process of implementing software systems that will help support the implementation of these things. Our HR practices, we've changed how we do everything from recruitment to assessment to align with the best practices we can get out of ITIL, but also other IT specific standards. IT people behave and act slightly different than others, and it's difficult to recruit in some cases. And I'm not here to ask for anything different. I will just tell you that in our worst case scenario, we're able to offer salary at 12% of the going rate in the market. So you have to be really creative to attract people in when you're significantly below what the market can pay, or what is paid in the market, right? So we are doing what we need to do there to bring in the high quality people we need that will not only come in, but will stay. Our business and finance area, that's been an area of focus here, whether it be contracting, budgeting, tracking expenses. We have all kinds of work we're doing in this area. And we're working with world-class consultants to help us, or I shouldn't say consultants, but resources from different sectors here that bring in these best practices. And we're focusing again on asset management, procurement, budgeting, and governance in this part. Now, the legislative IT consultant, we believe that some of the efforts that will come out of that exercise will be able to help apply in this area. So we're welcoming that input, and hopefully another set of eyes will help us get better in that area. We're also focusing on leadership training and development. I think you heard me use the phrase last fall that between procurement, purchasing, leadership, sometimes HR, there was an accusation with ETS that we were on the friends and family plan, as opposed to finding the best candidate for the job, as opposed to finding the best vendor for the job. We were picking favorites. So all that type of stuff is going out the door, has gone out the door. And in some cases, that's been a fundamental shift on how we behave. But I will tell you that has been underway. The move to these industry standard best practices and these changes that give you a couple high level things, leadership changes last year, identified a couple of those for you. But what I will tell you is we have 11 of our top 17 leaders are now new to their role. And of those 11 new leaders to their role, about half came from outside of ETS and about half from inside, right? It's 11 people. We can't exactly do the Solomon divide there, so it's about half of each. We're also giving training here because you can't just rearrange the chairs on the deck and expect a change. We're bringing things in a systemic and systematic way. So what that means is we've got to be able to change the culture. And if you can't change your practices, you can't change your culture. So when you do this type of thing, you have to give the people the why so that they know how to work and behave when you're not around. It can't just be some type of compliance piece in order to make the changes happen. So that's why there's a lot of human training going on that you'll hear about. we have revamped and changed and in fact implemented mission, vision, values, and goals. The goals are, and I'd be happy at some point if you'd like to see the goals in detail, but the high level view of the goals are improve customer service, implement an IT service management framework, and establish and maintain effective and efficient and secure practices. Those are our top 3 goals. Now, when we talk about develop a deep understanding of our customers, we are using a best practice methodology that's used in other state entities, other state governments, to identify the mission, vision, value, goals, and the operations of every customer that we serve. Now, that's the systematic point of view, right? We are going through and very carefully getting all that information as we meet with each agency. The systemic piece of that is we're making it available across our agency so that we don't just have a few people who know what our customers are. And then we're taking that information on what our customers need, and we're aligning our IT practices with the IDLE framework, which is best practice, to meet the needs of our customers. Whereas in the past, ETS might show up with a solution in hand before they even know what the problem is and say, no, here's your answer. And that's not very effective or efficient as far as manpower, as far as dollars or anything else. So that is happening right now. We are providing on the implementation of an IT service management framework. Think about that as how you organize yourselves to develop or deliver services. That was not done in an organizational fashion before. It was sort of fire prevention, right? We need this done and we take care of it. And the people inside of ETS are very passionate about taking care of others. So there's no lack of that. What there was a lack of organization. And that's what we're putting into place is this IDLE approach. And we're providing training across the board. Every single employee is getting some level of training, some more than others, depending on their role. And then we're also bringing in a software package that will help us manage that and track that and grow. So both of those things are happening at the same time right now. And there's a 3-tiered approach to the training. I can go into that in more detail, but bottom line is if you're going to move to a different paradigm, you have to make sure that you've provided your people the tools and equip them to make that move and make it sustainable. So it's not just something they do for a moment and then it fades away. The next piece that we're working on is establish and maintain effective and efficient and secure practices. So again, as you look to the future, right, we don't just want to answer the question today or chase a shiny new object. That's something that IT people tend to get, they tend to fall into that trap, right? There's a sexy new technology, whatever it might be. To pick on a few years ago, there were iPads, right? And everybody needed an iPad. They didn't know why they needed an iPad, but gosh, they wanted an iPad. But they're yet at that point in 2010, there wasn't a lot of business cases. Well, now we know exactly where an iPad might be relevant and where it might not be. So we're trying not to chase whatever today's shiny new technology is, but instead we're trying to make sure that the technology we have will get us where we need to go and create value, right? And the areas in which we're doing these things, just to give you an idea, we're focusing on our IT hardware, whether that's computers, whether that's switches, whatever that might be. We're looking at the IT software that we have. We're looking at our data and our data systems and the management of those things. We're looking at IT services in general, how we provide them, and we talked about IDLE there. And we're looking at IT risk, which includes security, privacy, and compliance with regulations. And then we're also looking at IT governance. How can we make better decisions, right? I will tell you, you can always look at things and say, well, what does the agency say that says they need? Oh, they need this because it's outdated and we have to replace it. But we need to get in there with some more why questions, right? Why do we do this? How is it going to make us better? Will it help us reach this end game? Will it create efficiencies? If so, where? Things like that. People learning, providing the training. This is the foundation making all this happen. And I think I've addressed that a little bit. But I do want you to know that we are bringing in quality resources that for our folks, for our people, to support them as we go through this transition, to provide training as needed, to provide some ongoing coaching so that we can then do this ourselves without having to rely on outside people. And then we're getting some mentor assessment there as well, right? So as we move forward, it's sort of like a coach and a mentor. They're sort of the same, but and the whole idea there is we are trying to equip and align ourselves with industry standard best practices in a manner that's sustainable, right? We don't want to forever be dependent on outside people to do this. We want to develop the capacity to do that internally. So that is the update. I do want to know, I do want you to know that we have some of these trainings that I'm really excited about. And I think, and I would like to extend an invitation to the committee here. And we'll send you an email with the dates of when these are, if you'd like to observe. I know it'll be an IT training, but it is about service development and service alignment, which can apply to any industry or any development or delivery of any service. So those types of things are important. I've rambled an awful lot. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any particular questions for the director? Senator James, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gordon, I heard you did acknowledge that you are going to be identifying risk, but will you be coming into compliance with the risk assessment that's been identified with the audit findings?
Yes, sir. The short answer is yes.
Awesome. And quick follow-up on that. So these, in your letter that you provided us, it says that you'll be replacing 11 of the 17 leaders within your department. Half will be new and half came from other roles within ETS. And I was just curious, the roles that came up from within ETS, will those roles be left vacant or will those be filled? And as far as the training and coaching goes, what type of resources and costs are associated with getting these new leaders and employees up to speed? And what kind of time frame are we looking at to get these, to have this accomplished, to get everyone up to speed?
Mr. Chair, Senator James.
Go ahead.
Sorry for any confusion there. The leadership changes have already happened. So that was put into place a while ago, right? The last one, maybe right before COVID hit, if that makes sense. So it's been a little while. So there's no positions open as a result of those changes. That's past tense. And the training has been ongoing. The resources we're bringing into play, and I'm doing this off the cuff, so forgive me if I'm off a little bit here. I would estimate that the total cost is probably around $250,000 for the training for the entire staff, over 200, about 240 people. And that's multiple trainings. That's not a one-time training. That's multiple trainings in different areas and ongoing coaching and support, right? So I'm lumping together everything there for you. Which if you compare that to sending people off to a training is a bargain, right? And the good thing about COVID here that we've been able to strike a deal is with things being done remotely, like this meeting, when you're doing training remotely, maybe some people would argue it's not the most effective, but it certainly is efficient on a pocketbook, right? Because we're reducing a lot of that. And so we've been doing everything in this manner. And I will tell you, technology people learn okay in this manner because we're very comfortable with this. So that's a good thing. So I feel comfortable about it. And as far as timeline, the expectation is for all the staff that we have right now that we'll be complete with all of the training, aside from ongoing coaching, which we've contracted for a year. The intent is to be finished with that by November of this year. So we are in play and we are rolling out the changes. They are happening as we speak. What I would offer to you, I was very proud, just to give you one example, if I could, just an anecdotal observation. We are facing a challenge, and the manner in which the team came together to figure out a solution to that challenge, I saw direct results of the training they received. Whereas in the past, we would have thought about it one particular way and come up with one answer. This way, we came up with a much better answer than we had come up with just a few months ago, because they had gone back to the drawing board using some of the techniques that we had discussed. And in some of those cases, you'll see pending budget approvals, there will be some cost savings there, but I can't speak to those yet because that's part of the step 3 and part of the the next year's budget cycle. But bottom line is we're going to do things more effectively and efficiently. And I'm proud to report that. I just wish I could give you numbers right now.
Thank you. Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Knopp, can you kind of outline your 10% budget reduction? What was the outline for what you gave to the governor? I assume it was in letter form. Could the committee have that? And then what was approved by the governor for your 10% reduction?
Sure. Mr. Chair and Representative Gray, of course, you can reference this on the budget department's website, right? There's a couple PDFs out there to discuss this. But we had offered up we needed to have $5.9 million as our 10% general fund budget reduction. We met that. In addition to that, we offered up another 3.7 million in non-general fund savings, which I was proud of our team for coming up with those because it saves the state as a whole, even if it's not general fund. At a high level, we found as we went through this work that we're doing, we found a number of efficiencies where we could return standard budget items that we had become more efficient and no longer needed. So there was a chunk of those things. As an example, it's a small amount, but it's a good example. $180,000 because we found efficiencies, things that we had changed our practices and we no longer needed that budget amount. So we were able to return those with zero impact to the agency, which to me is a huge win. We're reducing some of our travel because we can operate this way more efficiently. So that's in there. And then we have some of our network optimizations that we've been doing and working on making things better. One of the things you'll see with ETS, while there is a standard budget, because we operate in the IT world and you can't have IT equipment, hardware, be standard budget, right? So we're going to have exception requests just to buy the equipment we need to maintain the state operating. But as far as our reductions there, we had out-of-state travel, in-state travel, management of our endpoints, circuit optimization, unified network maintenance, unified network equipment. Now, some of those things, there's an impact there, right? If those things go away entirely, which right now we've taken a small portion of them, it may mean a slower response if things go down. It may mean that if something goes down, more people are impacted than would have happened otherwise, because we're putting more people on certain pieces of equipment. We have reduced a total of 10 positions that were vacant and had become vacant from the freeze. And that will be difficult because whenever you reduce positions in that manner, sometimes there's critical positions that are reduced, but we are making adjustments for that. Does that answer your question, Representative Gray?
Yeah, I appreciate 231 and 232 series, the in and out of state travel being reduced because really that should be first. I mean, I've heard agency after agency. We had corrections in the Judiciary Committee. They implemented a ton of changes. I mean, that should have led all of these reductions. And so I was glad to hear that. And I think just another thing to note, I was talking with someone else about this the other day, in terms of our floor debate, I mean, it just amazed me the last 3 years how many times it was said that, well, there's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go in terms of reductions. We've heard that a lot. And then literally once COVID starts and we have the revenue issues, everybody's saying, well, we can do 10 to 20%. It may not be easy, but it can be done. And so I think in terms of the future, we would have saved, I did the calculation. I mean, it's like $1 billion if we had, done that sort of thing in 3 years ago. And I just think it's an important lesson in terms of moving forward, because I hope just everything doesn't necessarily, when the revenues increase, you have this up and down thing. And so I think that's very instructive in how we're getting this done. I mean, we can talk about the areas in other agencies, but I was glad to hear 231 and 232 in your list. So thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Gray, if I could respond.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify on that could cause some consternation. right? Only in two ways, right? One way is we have technicians out in the field because there's actually more state employees outside of Cheyenne than there are inside, and more offices, right? And we deploy people. So we're changing the way we operate there, right? Instead of running from Rock Springs to Jackson to fix something, which we do every week, and I shouldn't say every week, as often as there are tickets there that need to be addressed. We may not run, if we can solve something remotely as a Band-Aid, as a workaround. And so the people in those offices may experience a different level of service than they have in the past. Whereas in the past, if somebody from Lander calls and says, hey, my thing's down, whatever it is, printer, computer, whatever, and we're able to route them to another printer in their office to print, and then show up maybe next week when we have 3 tickets to solve in Lander, that's a different level of service than what they may have now, where they expect somebody to drive up there the next day and fix it. So we're making that reduction, but understand you guys may hear some of that backlash, so to speak. And the other is for meetings, right? Even legislative meetings. If we're able to continue to do this, then we can keep our travel budget down, which we appreciate. And I hope you guys do as well. Because I think we're pretty productive this way. But I just wanted to point that out that there might be some pushback. And there's a couple times when ETS has been asked to come and help broadcast legislative meetings or board meetings. And so we would have sent 1 or 2 people, and they'll spend the night and maybe be there for 2 days. So as we do this reduction, right, we're thinking that people are getting pretty good at using Zoom. And so you really don't need an ETS person there to hold anyone's hands. We're able to do that without it. So I'm just putting that out there because I don't want anybody to be blindsided if we say, okay, we can show up, but we don't have the funding. Are you guys going to pay for that? We'll work our way through that, whatever that situation is.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Gray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got another follow-up here, a little bit of a different item, but it's budget related. Just to start with a little bit of a vignette, we on Judiciary had corrections come in and they talked about how much they were saving on telehealth at their facilities, and they asked for use of COVID funds to buy a couple new units so that they could fully implement telehealth across the Department of Corrections. And I did the multiplication on what they were saving just off travel costs, like $1 million or something biennially. It was huge. And so, I was thinking about this in terms of the efficiency study. There were tons of things that were quote unquote investments that are really COVID related expenses, like the purchase of that equipment so they can do telehealth, that if you did those investments, you could effectuate a reduction across government. And you could think of thousands of examples. So has the governor's office engaged with you on how we implement those? I've tried to call them a couple times on this, and we got this email on the efficiency study because that I think statutorily kind of elapsed. I've been trying to get them to think a little more about this. We are coming up on the end here, but if they engage with you on that, on COVID related in quote unquote investments, or that are COVID related expenses that could then be used on the back end to effectuate permanent reductions in the general fund. And on my previous content, I wasn't saying every single reduction is right. I was going through the list. I think on some of these agencies, I would have gone somewhere else. But overall, I think what this has shown is that there is some room. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Representative Gray, the short answer is yes. The governor's office has spoke to me about some of those items, and what direction they ultimately choose to go, I will leave to the governor's office. But the short answer is yes, they've engaged me in those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Director Knopp? Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think, Mr. Chairman, you and I are probably the only 2 members on this committee that were in the legislature when ETS was actually conceived and formulated about 6 years ago, I think 7 years ago. So my question is, and this goes back to, I think, the discussion we had this morning, and I know Mr. Knopp wasn't part of that, but one of the things, we have a Department of Audit, and they do audit functions for us. And part of their audit, there's 3 kind of components. One of them is IT controls. So my question for Mr. Knopp is, is there a dialogue between the Department of Audit and your office about their findings when they have findings for state agencies. This is specific to state agencies. And there's a report that, if you're not familiar with it, we'll get it, that our LSO has done on this, that just outlines some previous findings. So do you have that connection so that you can actually help hopefully improve, fill in the gaps with our state agencies when there are audit findings on IT matters? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, it is my understanding we do have that connection. I have not been involved myself with that other than communications or, hey, we talked about this or that. But I will tell you that is one of the areas when we talk about IT governance and what I'm looking to improve inside of ETS. That is one of those areas that I want to have eyes on myself. Sorry, I don't have a more eloquent answer than that.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate that, Director. I guess there's some very specific requirements. ETS has rulemaking authority and the agencies are obligated to follow those rules.
Yes.
So, and there's several other examples of that where the reason that ETS was formed in the first place was to give us consistency and hopefully value throughout our executive branch. And so whatever level that you need to be involved or your agency is involved in, I hope we double that, because I don't know where we are with current audit findings, but certainly in 2017 and prior, which is only 4 years of the existence or 3 years of the existence of the agency that you now head, there seemed to be some gaps. So hopefully we're overcoming some of those in the last 3 years and going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you. In particular, I mean, the ones, some of the ones that are alarming, where you come back and you find out that certain agencies, lack significant data security. I mean, that's we're hoping that, I think that you guys are looking into that, but and if you're getting those audit findings from the Department of Audit, then you'll be catching up on those things, and we'll be following up on those things too from some regard to the other agency heads that actually have the departments where those were found. But as the good Vice Chairman pointed out, most of the findings that we've looked at today, ETS was still trying to find its steps. So, but we'll get to the bottom of all those things and get better. One step at a time, we'll get better and better. We hope. The goal. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Director Knopf? Director, thank you so much for your appearance today. We appreciate you and your staff members. It's a unique time. The demand on IT is unfortunately not going to lessen. I think it's only going to increase. We've seen the world change in the last the last 6 months, and many of those changes are exactly in your backyard. So thanks so much. Look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
All right, members, I've got 3:07 on my clock. Why don't we take a short recess until 3:15, and then we'll resume and finish up. So we'll stand in recess for till 3:15.
Chairman Perkins,
Yes.
Director Bach and her staff are online and
Okay.
ready to provide the updates on administration and information agency.
Well, great. Well, we'll go ahead and call our meeting back to order. And before we pick up item 12, were there any public comments that we missed on item 10, that we're aware of, Abby or Carla?
No,
Okay.
there was no one.
All right, thank you very much. So anyway, Director Rock, we're thankful for you and your ATI team appearing today. Although I don't understand why your team member in the back gets the most comfortable chair, and it looks like you're just sitting a short. Anyway, glad to have you here. We're glad. Thank you for the work that you do. It's a tough time for everybody, and ANI has the unenviable task of doing a lot of the harder tasks that have to be done right now. So we appreciate you and your willingness to appear today, and I'm sure you're very busy. And so we've got you here for a few things on item 12, implementation and plan for timeline for ANI consolidation of human resources, talking about the employees group insurance. So with those items, we'll turn it over to you, Director, and your team. You turn on your mute, Director. Pretty soon you'd be like a legislator, your mouth's moving, but you're not saying anything. So anyway, we appreciate it.
Right. Thank you very much. You would think, Senator Perkins, that I would be used to unmuting myself, but sometimes I forget. Thank you for having us here. We are on the schedule for, as you said, the HR centralization, EGI, and then a little bit on leasing. I did anticipate wanting to hear from ANI and our budget cut, and I will be talking about that as well. I did want to touch base. I have been listening all day. So I did hear some comments on the audit findings for the boards, and I thought maybe just making a few comments that might make some clarification or have some clarification. One of the main thing is the audit from 2016. There was back and forth during 2017 on the data and the financial reporting. Those have been addressed with the licensing boards that ANI manages. We also have implemented, excuse me, in November 2017, I believe, was the financial aspect of that was having a new system implemented. So we signed that agreement in November 2017 for the boards. It's still ongoing, unfortunately, with that big of a system. So there are things still needing to be implemented, but that's still ongoing. And I did hear some comments, and I wanted to address a little bit on the executive directors and whether they were, for example, if it's the chiropractic board, why is the executive director not a chiropractor? So I just wanted to clarify a little bit on that. When we talk about executive directors, and I think sometimes there's a misconception that the executive director has more control over the board maybe than what actually happens. This is more of an office management position or administrator support services position. So it doesn't necessarily have to be within that realm. For example, a realtor does not need to be an executive director for the realtor board. It's essentially the administrative services. The board is the one that says yes or no to licensing and all of that. So I wanted to clarify that. That came up. And I also have the executive director for the PLB, which are the boards under ANI. So if there are any specific questions, but I just wanted to touch base on that quickly, and then I can jump over to the HR centralization as well, if that's okay.
Okay, well, so before we jump to HR centralization, while you're there, I guess one of the questions that we had was one of the audit findings from these older audit findings that we were talking about today earlier in our conversation were that there were, for example, there were, I can remember 7 or 8 MOUs that were missing between your organization and various agencies that rely upon you all for administrative support. So I just wonder, I mean, that's been several years. I just wondering if you know the status of those items, of the status of a couple of those things we talked about, MOUs being in particular.
Chairman Perkins, those have been corrected. They were corrected fairly shortly after the audit findings, so they all have MOUs now.
Okay, and then all right. So thank you. That's the one I remember the most. Probably the one, and then and that was due to changes in personnel. So I think the H&R also has something that kind of folds right into the some of the administrative services you provide for them in any event. So unless there's other questions about those items, we'll go ahead and jump into the H&R consolidation, unless there's any questions from members of the committee. Seeing none, go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. HR centralization, as you're well aware, was a topic that the management audit had on a topic list for this session. Given the budget reductions and COVID-19, I think what happened is you have A&I, when there's budget cuts, A&I being an enterprise agency, we're tasked with really looking around to see enterprise-wide what budget cuts can be something that can be handled. And we had talked with the governor about that, and he knew that this topic was up on with management audit. And given the COVID-19 situation and the budget reduction, he signed an executive order to consolidate the human resources agency HR into the human resource division. This is something that was also contemplated in the Alvarez and Marcel report. It's been something that's been discussed within the state of Wyoming for probably the last 15 at least years. So in having that discussion and with the anticipated budget reductions, the HR consolidation has moved forward. And what that means is that the individual agency HR folks now report into the Human Resource Division Administrator, Aaron Williams. We are a hybrid, if you will. When we say it's centralized, it's really the people, the only part of the HR community that has not been consolidated or centralized under HRD. HRD has had compensation, recruitment, classification, that's all been under A&I HRD. The only thing left essentially was the HR personnel in the field. So we are currently in the process. Right now we're doing one-on-ones. I believe there have been at least 83 meetings in the last couple weeks with each individual employee. We estimate approximately between 100 and 120 employees. Some who do all HR, which will come down under A&I. Some do very little HR, so the Human Resource Division will take the process, but not the people. So we're evaluating that right now, and that's where we are in that process. Going forward, we're looking at November 2020 for the supplemental budget to kind of have all of our ducks in a row to report to the legislature and to the governor about how this looks going forward. The agency employees are well aware that this is not just simply everybody's moving down to A&I. There are going to be cuts, and that's the savings that we have beyond the budgets of each individual agency. Consolidating some of those budgets, we'll be able to make some cuts in those budgets as well. So we will evaluate when we get through the process where we are at that point and how many cuts we will see. So that's kind of the quick overview of the Human Resource Division centralization. And I have Erin Williams is here as well. If you have additional questions, if I can't answer them, she can.
Thank you. Thank you. So members, any questions with respect to HR consolidation? Go ahead, Vice Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I have two questions. One, are you encountering policies within the different agencies that will require some level of consolidation, as there are currently incongruencies between how HR is being handled in different agencies? And two, I'd be the first one on the policy level or how it's actually being done. The second one is, do you anticipate a consolidation of personnel, or are you still going to have dispersed personnel under A&I's purview guidance embedded in the agencies? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Barlow, two very good questions. And the policies, we probably won't entail a lot of differences in written policy. The policies have already been centralized through HRD. So for example, if an agency allows donated, that's a policy with HRD. Now how they implement that on the backside, obviously we might run into a few problems, but there's not a lot of differences from the agencies. Donated sick leave is probably the biggest one. So the policies, we don't anticipate a huge change. The policies are held down at HRD for telework, for example. So I don't anticipate that. Along with the dispersed, I should have mentioned that, and I had it on my list to mention. One of the things that, in talking with the governor's office and talking with the agencies, you cannot take HR out of the buildings. One of the things that employee morale, being able to go talk to your HR person is very important. We don't want to say, oh, go down to the Emerson. Oh, you don't know where that is? Well, that's down. You know, we want them in their buildings so that they have somebody to go to, along with the directors having somebody to go to with HR. So the majority of the HR folks that are dealing with the people, the policies, they'll be in the buildings. It doesn't mean they're going to be exactly where they are. For example, there'll be a team in each side of the Hirschler that maybe 4 agencies are going to this same person instead of 1 agency. So we are keeping the HR folks in the buildings. It's just going to look a little bit different, but not dramatically different.
So Director, on that point, so is it going to be a little bit like analogous to what the Attorney General does, and that you have specific HR professionals that are assigned to various agencies, so they'll have not only the HR expertise, but they'll also have those working relationships with the directors and other individuals, as well as be known to the various agencies that would use them? Is that kind of the model that we're headed towards?
Chairman Perkins, very similar. A little bit of the differences, for example, the personnel section at the AG's office, they have set agencies that they have, that they represent. For example, if we have somebody who, say my normal agency HR person that just got put under HRD. So my A&I HR person is now under HRD. If that person is interested in doing maybe another job, maybe they want to learn how to do an investigation or things like that, or do compensation or that, they have the ability. That's one of the selling points for the employees. They have the ability to kind of move around and do what they really want to do. As a director, I'm going to want my employee to be still my HR person. HRD will go through that process, have backups with them, allow that person to be able to do maybe something different, but have a backup HR person that will now represent A&I. So we're not going to, the majority of folks want to stay with their same agency. There are some agencies that say, I want a new one out of the chute. They don't want the same person they have. So we are working in a collaborative way with the agencies to make sure everybody's happy with how that works out.
So, yeah, finding that balance will always be tough, responsiveness along with accountability. But so at the end of the day, the HR professionals that you have scattered around, are they going to answer back to the directors, or are they going to answer back to the HRD department head, or are they going to answer, or is there going to be some kind of combination?
Chairman Perkins, it'll be a little bit of a combination. The way we've been describing it is a solid line of reporting to the HRD administrator or the management underneath, with a dotted line to the directors. What that essentially means is that that person still is going to be on a strategic team. I will still have my A&I HR person on my strategic team to help with goals and visions and dealing with folks. So the way that we envision it is that they are now A&I employees. So they are no longer a DOC employee or a workforce services employee. However, there has to be that connection with the director and the management of the agency. So there's a dotted line and a solid line. And hopefully through this process, we'll figure out what does work and what doesn't work, and adjust as we go.
Okay. Thank you for that. Members, any other questions before we move on to the next time? Representative Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my question is, and maybe I missed it in your opening comments, but what level of efficiency, savings, improvement, et cetera, and maybe there are probably different metrics, is this proposal seeking to attain? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Barlow, you did not miss it. When I talk about 100, 120 employees for HR throughout the state of Wyoming, when you look at best practice, when you look at the efficiency study, and much of that efficiency work came from the work that we had done in the past. We have 100, 120 employees. We probably only need 67. So that is part of the savings, and we won't know that for a while to see kind of where people fall, people who, we have a lot of vacants in HR right now that have recently left, and they're high level. So we're able to say, okay, instead of what we call reduction in force for those people, it's less every time somebody finds a different job or leaves the state. So we're evaluating that right now. We also have a savings on the other side for budgets for example, HR at Department of Health. So they have a budget along with A&I having a budget for HR, and every other agency. Being able to pull that together and being able to cut that and be able to use that for everybody will result in a savings right now. And what we've mandated during this process is to be able to come back and say, this is what we saved. This is what we're able to give back during this centralization. So it's two-part, it's people and the actual budgets in the agencies.
Thank you, Representative Barlow. Keep following up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear though, even though it may be within your house, your shop, you will be billing the Department of Health, for example, for the services you provide to them. So it's not like your general fund, they are going to reimburse your agency for those services. Is that how I'm understanding it's going to occur? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Barlow, the way, and granted, we are still working a lot of these things out. The way that I understand it generally working is we'll figure out what the budget is, and then the SWI cap will be part of that reimbursement. So it doesn't necessarily come straight back to A&I, but it goes back into the general fund.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bach, I just want to ask you, because we get a lot of, we have to evaluate efficiency studies a lot of time, and I think there is a lot of value in them, but I just want to understand how much, and I'm not trying to lead you one way or the other on this, how much has the A&M study helped you in effectuating this change? Is it on the table at every meeting as you're discussing it, or has it been just more high level?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Gray, we worked hand in hand with A&M, so a lot of the information that we gave over to them is in the report. So I would not say that it's on the table with HR consolidation. It is essentially their report is essentially what we worked on years prior as well. So there's a couple things that are different, and we're looking at what they call the centers of excellence. And meaning, for example, in Natrona County, we're going to have a new building up there. So we will have probably a center of excellence up in that building with HR and maybe ETS. I mean, those are the things that are, when that building comes online, that's one area where we know that we're going to need some HR folks up in that area specifically for that building. So that is a little bit of what A&M had in their report. So I wouldn't say it's on the table every time we're talking about it. However, for myself and for Aaron Williams, we were pretty heavily involved in that discussion. So it's not lower level, it's definitely higher level. Did that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. There is a cost to these, so I just always curious on how much it's helping, and it's good to hear that it is, and it's been part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director, one other question I have for you is going back to that as part of the one of the things that A and I did, which was one of the things that came out of the AM study, was the both the span of control study as well as the actual the true organizational chart structure. And so as we're going to go, we've been through some changes, we're going through some changes, and as part of that, are we going to be able to keep up with those true organizational charts so that when we talk about removing positions, that we then can see both the Appropriations Committee as well as the legislature as a whole can see the effect of where those positions are removed within the organizational structure and what that does both to the span of control as well as the delivery of services and the effect of the structures within each agency, at least the ones we have the organizational charts for?
Chairman Perkins, absolutely. We actually have discussions about span of control on a regular basis. This HR centralization ideally will bolster the span of control. I mean, we're going to be able to have these discussions on a regular basis with those folks who are now under HRD and in the agency, so a dual role. And I do believe that's going to help with the span of control. One of the main things that we talked about in A&I and with the governor's office is being able to have these numbers going forward to say what we are saving, what positions we are eliminating, and how that all looks. So that will be something that happens within, hopefully within the centralized model. We're going to have more information rather than less going forward. And the span of control is something that we continually look at on a regular basis. So that will continue through this process, and it can only get better with the way that the structure is set up for HR.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on this subject before we move to the next one on employees group insurance? Let's go ahead and move there then, Director.
Thank you very much. As most of you may or may not know, there was an additional increase in employees group insurance in July. not only was there a percentage increase, there was also a change, a significant change. It sounds minor, but it's quite significant, from 85.15 to 82.18. And what that means is the employee used to pay 15% of their premium, and the agency paid 85, so it's an 85-15 split. It is now 82-18. It seems minor, but it is a significant cost shift to the employee, to have a 3% increase plus have the additional 10% increase approximately. Everybody's a little different depending on what they pick, but approximately it's a 10% increase that happened in July. Going off of what has been discussed with the JAC and the changes that the governor has been looking at, we are looking to change the plan, significantly from going to a copay. So, and I think we talked about this on the last meeting. So we would go to a copay for your regular doctor or a specialist. So you would pay, and a lot of you on the call might have a copay option. That's what EGI is going to, which is going to be a little bit more of a cost shift to the employee. However, the way I kind of look at it and explain it, if you're using the insurance, you're going to pay a little more than if you're not using the insurance. So for example, when you have not met your deductible and you take your 6-year-old to the doctor and that's a $300 charge because of the cold until you hit your deductible, it will now be a copay. So you actually pay $35 for that visit, for if it's not a specialist, a $35 charge, but it does not go towards your deductible. So there's a little things that adjusting the plan in January that will help save some money as well. So that's kind of what's going on with EGI right now. We're in the middle of getting ready to get that information out to the employees about the plan changes, and that'll be going on the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. Questions about the EGI, Employees Group Insurance? Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the copay issue, do state employees have access to a health savings account policy? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Barlow, there is a health savings account. It's the higher deductible. I think it's the $2,000 deductible health savings account. And I do have Ralph here if he wants to answer that very quickly.
Hello, Ralph.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ralph Hayes. I'm the manager of the Employees and Officials Group Insurance Program. Yes, we've had an option that has an HSA option. I'm personally enrolled in that particular one. Right now, it's a $1,500 deductible for single, $3,000 for family. So yes, we do have one available for that. But with the copay plans, the Fed's rules don't allow you to use an HSA with the copay plan.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for on the group insurance for either Ralph or for Director Bach? There being none, thank you, Director. Director, anything else or any other comment? I mean, we're also of your home committee, so if there's anything else you'd like to bring before us, please do.
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. I do. The last thing is on the leasing program. And I wanted to let you know, I know there's been some questions on budget reductions, and I wanted to let you know that A&I's budget reduction is $6.9 million. We have committed to do that out of our leasing program. So that's a significant task to take $6.9 million out of our leasing program. So we are in the middle right now of currently evaluating the buildings and the agencies that are in which buildings around the state. Most of these leases are outside of Cheyenne. So we are in the process and currently evaluating those, all the leases. And we have a leasing program committee right now that involves multiple agencies that have significant leases. So we are collaborating with the agencies and with the leasing program to come up with a plan forward on $6.9 million out of the program, which is a significant task. And but I think that that's something that we are spending most of our time on right now in the leasing program. So that is underway. There'll be quite a few changes coming up. We hope to have something a little more concrete with this session. So that's where we are in the leasing program, and that is our budget cut for the 10%. So ours, more to come on the leasing program. And like I said, when A&I does cuts, it affects everybody. And we're an enterprise agency. So when we say we're cutting the leasing program, that's affecting every agency in the state.
The division, each department pays its own leasing costs back through you. So, you know, which is one of the things I know I talked to the governor about, and we had talked significantly about the leasing program. I think he was interested in having the state building commission involved in lease reviews. So there may be some assistance and some help to you there in that regard. In addition to that, and this would be the question I have for you. The governor and I were talking early on during, particularly when we had basically stay-at-home orders for all non-essential personnel in state government. I mean, the quote question came up. You know, we found out maybe, you know, some people in some instances were able to work from home very productively, and you don't know. You know, it's kind of created a new paradigm with respect to what kind of space you actually need, given the telecommuting policies that we have. So, is that part of what you're looking at in your lease evaluations, your lease reduction programs? There's, you know, the world's changed the last 6 months. How does the leasing program change to keep pace with what we've learned through the last 6 months as far as needs for office space?
Chairman Perkins, that is spot on. This leasing reduction will not work without the robust telework policy. When we first implemented we have always had a telework policy for the state. It was old and antiquated, and I would say that there have been a lot of biases against teleworking that have changed in the last 6 months. When we first started with COVID and had to have the telework policy updated, we did that fairly quickly because we had a pretty good telework policy to begin with. A lot of states were not able to implement as quickly, and with the help of ETS, I must add that as well, be able to get everybody out of the buildings pretty quickly and orderly. And we sent out a evaluation survey to employees, directors, and to administrators about 3 months into 2 months into the telework to see how it was going, because we were a little bit concerned that some of the directors and administrators might have been, you know, having some problems with teleworking. We were surprised at the positive response that we got, not only from employees, but with directors and administrators. Now, there's always one or two hiccups. There's always somebody that maybe is not taking to the telework as good as they could. But it has been an eye-opener, not only for those folks that were anti-telework, to take a complete 150-degree turn to say, we need to continue doing this. It's working. We've actually shown that the teleworking has improved output. So it's essential to have a good, robust telework policy in place for this significant change and decrease in leasing. So for a long response to your question, yes, telework is an essential part of it. And it's been going quite well. And, you know, there's some agencies that still have 70% of their people out teleworking, and they are in no rush to bring them back because the output they're getting is better than when they were in the office.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Any other questions for Director Bach before we let her go? Thank you very much, Director. Appreciate your time and attention today.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So next we've got item 13 is proposal for 2-year evaluation priority list. Abby, are you going to lead us through this, or who's going to lead us? Is anybody going to lead us through this?
Mr. Chairman, it'll be me.
Okay.
All right. So if you're ready, I can get going with that. So I put this together as just kind of a starting point for developing some sort of direction of where the committee needs to get back on track doing evaluations. I want to point out that this is a starting point. It's what the committee wants, but I always find it's easier to see something in front of you and make tweaks to it and go from there versus pulling stuff out of air. So you start out, and I kind of identified 4 goals, both from an LSO staffing perspective and also creating efficiencies with the standing committees. So the one would be to finish out this committee, because this committee does end at the end of the year. There'll be a new committee appointed next year. So one of the issues has kind of been, you know, we would have these 1.5 year evals, and they would cross committee members, and there wasn't always the support from when the eval started to when it finished. And so an idea of a 2-year cycle is to, the committee that starts a project would be the committee that finishes it, ideally. Some more context for this is, with those long research projects, you know, there was little interaction with the committee while they were going on. So the goal would be to turn it into more of a dynamic process, to tighten the scope of these evals to where you're getting information, kind of like what we've done with audits. We've been doing reports on audits, research reports, background information, getting all the information together. That's kind of moving the committee along step by step. And then there's, I won't speak for the committee, but issues emerge. And so how would we take one of those specific issues with audits or another topic and then go into the eval versus doing a large, almost fishing sort of evaluative project on an agency looking for everything under the sun that might be an issue. So trying to really scope these much tighter to where we could get you a report back within 6 months versus this 1.5 report. So, and then the final kind of goal, I would say, we've combined the research and evaluation staff. Danielle Creech that presented today, she was not hired to be a program evaluator. She was hired to be a research analyst. And also Amanda, who presented today, she has been doing research projects. And this has created some efficiencies in terms of what this division is able to pump out to serve the greater whole legislature as a whole versus having 3 or 4 dedicated staff serving only 1 committee and working on something for 1.5 years. So those are kind of the goals. So under this proposed plan, all these interim committees right now are meeting on topics, and often they receive this information, but you cannot do the detailed analytical work in an during an interim committee process. It's very difficult unless you're assigning it out to agencies. So this would be to have at the end of the interim, to have chairmen submit topics to this committee that they say, hey, we've identified this issue through our survey work of working with these entities, and we think it is right for further evaluative study by this committee. We would also look at the interim committees coming in to the next interim. So after this upcoming session, we would look at those. Once the interim topics are submitted, us evaluation staff would look at those and say, hey, this topic, for example, is really right for more of an evaluative study and might be more appropriate for management audit to look at. There could also be coordination with management council of have an interim committee do the standing committee do the work during the interim and then kick the issue at the end to the management audit committee. I think the issue of OCA was one of those. And I think JAC had a couple of those this year that management council at the end of this interim recommended that they work with the management audit committee. And then finally, topics would come from this committee based on research projects and other work, or, you know, as the agencies that report to this committee issues arise, specific issues could also be chosen for detailed study through that process. So then at the end of so when we start a 2-year process, we would identify several topics that this committee's interested in and prioritize them. And that would just be in terms of being able to pump out work while also dealing with staffing constraints, with having a couple people assigned to working on these. So we would start one topic, and then once that's over, we could immediately start on the next one without having to wait for another meeting to be scheduled. Often you're looking at a time frame from last meeting in November, December to probably April, May is when committees would start meeting again. So that gives the staff here, which is, believe it or not, session is less busy for research only because people are requesting research when they need to draft a bill, or committees are wanting background information to draft a bill. Once they're working on the bills, we slow down a little. So that would give our staff the ability to start ramping up these more detailed work products that could then kick out the next interim. So that's kind of the general idea of this plan. And then we'd still be doing all of the hearing agency updates and the work really that this committee is still doing.
Well, so if I understand what you said, I think what you're looking for is we kind of retread this committee a little bit, is the suggestion, and I understand it, is that maybe what we do is we send out and request from all the standing committees who have direct oversight of various agencies, that they provide program evaluation suggestions on issues that they have come up with. So we would have that compilation presumably by the end of November for the most part. And then from there, if we met in a late meeting or even a meeting early during the session, if we called a management audit meeting early during the session, we could then pick from those assignments and have those, and we'd be able to start. You could start on them, then we'd have the program evaluation reviews maybe as early as June or July. Is that what I understand, Abby?
Chairman, yeah, I think I want to rely on the staff and the chairman of these standing committees that have a lot of years of experience with these issues and the agencies, and understand the issues and identifying the specific problems. So we're not just going out and auditing DFS. We would be auditing a very specific problem that has been identified, and that we could look at something much smaller in scope, where we could actually maybe turn something around that would be actionable by this committee, by the other standing committee, within a reasonable amount of time.
Right. So, and what you're telling us is, if you have those assignments that actually, ironically, to some degree, that during session you actually have times you can work on those things. So you can not only fulfill research requests during session, but you can also be working on these evaluation projects during session as well.
Right, and I don't want to make Matt cringe, as I'm sure he's listening right now. This division does help out with session, but if we're having a couple people work on these, I think that would give them opportunity to, while the legislators are busy with session. And so it would give us an opportunity to just have the work continuing, so we're not sitting here waiting for this committee then to meet again. And also, the standing committees are really wrapping their work up. And even if, I would say we would probably still be completing projects from the last year up until probably March. And that might be right before that management council meeting of interim topic selection. Might be an appropriate time for this committee to really decide what they want to do for the next couple of years.
So what form does that go in? Does that go in a letter from the chairman? Does that go just as a request out through staff? What is it? How do you see that happening, Abby?
So Joy Hill did start this process. She sent out, I don't know if it was letters or emails, but they went out to the chairman and a couple responded. I would like to use the attorneys who staff this committee to start having those conversations directly with the chairman, of trying to kind of coordinate these ideas, because I think the committee staff also have expertise in these areas, of trying to figure out, okay, what is it that audit could help you with, or help flesh out better, that you've heard this interim and you've identified, but you don't have time to look into.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Members, discussion. I think it's a great idea. So go ahead, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think we need to get going on evaluations again and create a procedure to do that. Want to pick the right thing to get this going again. But I would say two things. For one, I think that we should meet before session. I don't think we need to wait until a new legislative session to approve a new topic. Now, I guess that goes it's an opposition to the idea that it would be the same membership, but I just think that part of it, I kind of disagree with. I think it's been unfortunate that we haven't been able to get this going again. And I think it's been a tsunami of things that are the reasons for that. And it's okay, but I think we need to fix it. And I think we could get topics by November and get moving by early December. And then we could just, during session, as that slowdown starts to accumulate, then we could get moving on it. That'd be one comment. Also, I really think YDOT topics, I've plugged this a number of times. I think YDOT is ripe for program evaluation. So road construction specifically, those are my 2 comments.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, members? Representative Pelkey.
I just want to say I appreciate Representative Gray's attempt to keep me included in the process all the way up to the last minute. So I appreciate that. And I'm certainly willing to work on this committee as hard as it needs way up until the time my term expires. And I'm sure that the same is for those of us who are lame ducks at this point.
Thank you, Representative. Other members? Well, let's do this then. Abby, let's go ahead. I think the easiest way might be just to work directly with the staff members who are assigned to the standing committees. I think that's an excellent idea. I think chairmen get busy and have a tendency to get bogged down, not bogged down, but their focus is what the upcoming meeting is. And I think that there are things that have been discovered throughout the interim that may show that that's ripe. And even, as you said, the attorneys staffing those committees may actually have some additional insight that even the chairman doesn't have. So obviously we need chairman input on that, but I think an email to the staff members the attorneys who staff those committees is appropriate, then ask them to discuss those with their chairman and get back to us. And I'd like to have those back before Thanksgiving, so that again, I don't disagree with Representative Gray. I was saying at the latest it ought to be very early in the session, but I have no problem with us coming back together for some kind of telemeeting in late November, early December to make a determination on those and move it out. And obviously the new committee can change direction, but I don't think they will. I think that the new committee will be more than happy to do that. And then in addition, they may have some additional things they want to do, but absent objection, that's what I would propose that we do. And I'm anticipating, I was looking at our calendar. I don't know if members have seen the emails. Abby was it you or whoever, or maybe it was somebody sent out to us suggested meeting dates.
Mr. Chairman, that was Carla put those together and I sent them to you and the vice chairman. I can send those to the committee though.
Well, go ahead and send them out to the committee. There's available dates where we don't have a lot of conflict with, it identifies conflicts we have with other existing committees, but I would like to, my plan is to meet actually 2 more days this year. One in, I think in early to mid-October, and on some of to get the information that we're going to talk about here in a second. We've already had the one motion on that regard, and also to move on that. And then the second one would be maybe some legislation that we propose in the next one, or maybe even today before we're done. And then also this list, that we can formalize that list and get it set up in that last meeting during the year. So that's kind of what I've anticipated. And I haven't talked with Vice Chairman Barlow about this yet, but that's, as we were talking today and looking at the calendars and looking at the information that Abby provided us through Carla to Abby to us, or to at least me, that's kind of where I was thinking. So anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So I'd open that up to committee for adjustments and other additional comments? Senator James.
I actually have two more motions for bill proposals now is an appropriate time to bring those up.
Well, just hang on to those for just 1 minute. So is there anything wrong with anybody have any suggestions or amendments or not amendments, but just suggestions about how we move forward with at least the program evaluation function that we've been talking about? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I would add to this is I do think we should have a way for membership on the committee to ahead of time, like we did last year when we approved the one that ended up not happening to the fullest extent. That I think membership of the committee should be able to weigh in before the meeting date. And I think it would be good too one thing that I was a little bit last year, there were kind of these 3 proposed program evaluations, and they had this sort of 2-page write-up. I forgot what it's called, but it has a formal work product name that were done. And it kind of, I think, caused the discussion to lead towards those 3 being the possibilities. And so I imagine, because we do want a targeted decision, that LSO staff is going to write up those, but I would appreciate if on the front end, maybe membership would have the opportunity to possibly propose things for that write-up rather than not. So
you always do. You always have the opportunity to propose. Any member on the committee has the opportunity to propose any kind of action, whether it's a white paper, whether it's a program evaluation, or whether it's another action that we take. That's never foreclosed. That's if I was, that's always just the prerogative of the committee members. So no, we're not excluded from offering those suggestions. Obviously, I think we want those prior. It's better to have those suggestions so that we might be able to flesh those out and think about them a little bit, and staff can have maybe some additional suggestions to us to modify those prior to that last meeting when we pick those. But no, you always have that. You always have that. Abby, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, to that point, I was going to say, I would like to do these in more staged out. It used to be there would be a big scoping paper, and then there'd be the eval. I would like to do it where the first step is always going to be some sort of background paper, whether that's to the standing committee that's looking at the issue or this committee, kind of like what we've done with these audits. There's nothing evaluative in the work we've done, but it's presenting the information of what's going on, the realm of the world. And then from there, we can do these scoping shorter, the committee would select which of those issues do you want to move forward into more of a, let's put together what we could look at for an evaluation. And so it'd be sort of a staged approach to where the committee would get information, background information, and from maybe on 6 or whatever, however many issues the committee's interested in. And then from there, how many do we want to scope and move forward with? So there would be votes moving these topics to narrow each step of the way, to narrow it down more succinctly.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I think the way I see this working, Abby, as we move forward is we're going to get suggestions from staff members, from chairmen, and from committee members, and then those additional requests could be from directors, it could be from anywhere. We'll funnel those in. My thought process, or the way I thought this would work, is when we get down to do those, that then Abby, you and your staff, your team would help put together, help us to get the right scoping and get the right process set down. I mean, we're going to come with a lot of ideas, and you're going to have to help us fit this into what our available resources are. That's the way I see this working. Are we off base, or is it something different than that?
Mr. Chairman, I think in a simple sense, that's exactly what I'm thinking. The issue we run into, and Chin's was kind of an example of this, is they got 4 months into an eval and there's data issues, which had you done some sort of a more in-depth sort of scoping or look at the agency and the issue, kind of like the WINGS report ahead of time, we would have known there were data issues. I think another flip side, the approach to an evaluation we would take is, if we run into data issues, we're not going to run down that rabbit hole. We'll probably report it to the committee and state the finding of what we found. In some respect, that is a finding. And we can describe what those challenges are and move on to where we could still wrap this up in a short period of time.
Oh,
And if,
I think in addition to that, the other thing I think would be helpful, again, like when you run into going back to Chin's as a great example, when you went in there and you run into those data issues, I mean, then, you know, it's either we get back together as a committee for a quick meeting, might do it by an email poll, but ultimately, all of a sudden we've got to change direction. We have to adjust and adapt, and it changes into something else, and that's okay. You know, we don't know what we don't know, and that's one of the reasons why we go do some of these things. And we discovered a very large problem in the CHINS program, and we do need to do some follow-up on that. But anyway, that's an example about how this thing ends up being a moving target, and what we go in with, what our intention is, may change in mid course. So, Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman, not trying to belabor this, but I think, just so I make sure I understand, so over the next, say, month and a half before the October meeting, we're going to have this go out to membership of the committees, the legislative staff, the committee chairs, and also polling our committee's membership. And then we're going to come back with sort of some kind of list. And then at that October meeting, maybe we pare it down to 2 to 4 scoping papers and background papers so that the data issues could be worked out. Then you're going to come back and I guess either December or early session 2021 for the ultimate selection. Is that kind of, because I guess we're having 2 more one-day meetings, so maybe that would be December. Is that kind of how you're envisioning it?
Exactly. I think that, I think, you know, we're still, all of us are still kind of learning, particularly about the program evaluation function. And so that's the way I was seeing it. We might have a few that we actually decide in October, but at the end of the day, I'm seeing it's probably that late November, early December meeting where we come to the final recommend, or the final direction. Staff will be working on it, and so the new committee, regardless of how many of us end up serving on the new committee, you know, there'll be a program evaluation that they'll be, hopefully, that they're going to be doing, or scoping or something. They'll be working towards that process by, you know, if management council wants to meet in May or June, we may have information available to us in May or June that we can actually get to work on and look, instead of in May or June starting that work. So yes, I think you're exactly right, Representative Gray. Vice Chairman Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the documents that was provided to us by LSO on Friday was some August project proposals. So my inquiry is, aside from this forward-looking, generating a new list and more proposals, is there currently, and Ms. Abby can speak to this, are there currently any projects underway, and should we look at this list to pick out 1 or 2 to for that to be underway while we're developing the next list? That would be my query. What is underway currently, and should we actually pick something off of this list or something new, so that something's underway while we're developing the next list, which we pare down? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Abby?
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Barlow, this list of proposed research projects were brainstormed with the chairman and also pulled from previous discussion in this committee. You see boards and commissions, the teleworking, which would relate to A&I. There's also, I would think, further audit issues. If there's further work this committee wants done on audits, that could also be on this list as well. These are staff suggestions. My thought is, if we're going to do a mid-October meeting, we could probably get 1 more of these done by then, if the committee is interested in going further down the rabbit hole on these topics, or if there's other topics the committee is interested in. But these really are, I think, these help us scope a future project. The more information you get about an agency and how it's currently working now, the more you learn, the more you can identify issues of what you might want to look at in a sort of an evaluative nature.
Okay. Well, let's pull those up and I'm trying to pull mine up right now.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't have that list. Is that in the
It
materials?
came out in an email. I think Abby, is it the proposed, is it the MAC 2020 August project proposals or the MAC 2020 proposed plan? Which one are we trying to find?
This would be the MAC 2020 research proposals, project proposals. I can resend it again too.
Yeah, so mine came out on Friday, the 28th at 4:31 p.m. And so
Let me see.
So we had one was which is, I think it's how we ended up with some of the boards and the primary objectives audit were determined. So this was research completed in December. So we've got that. That's the Wyoming boards and commissions. Summarize the previous, and that's supposed to be done in 2020. Or we're still moving, you're still working on that? Is that one that, where are we at on that, Abby?
So, Mr. Chairman, we have not started any of these. These would be new projects that we could start looking into. All the work we've done to this point have been the audit papers for this committee, at least. We've done stuff for other committees, but the audit papers are what we worked on for this committee. So, and I put December of 2020, anticipating that that's when your next meeting might be.
Okay.
So these could, I was originally saying we could probably get 2 of these. Maybe you could request 3, and depending on workload with other committees requests that come in, we could start it if we have time. For an October meeting, I would guarantee 1, maybe we could do 2.
Okay, so the first one was summarize previous research and recommendations and evaluations for Wyoming boards and commissions. We're kind of we've got some of that already done, I think, with the financial stuff that we've done, but there's more work to be done there. The second one was the motor vehicle management system, to summarize the current fleet management practices with respect to vehicle maintenance and replacement, provide information on how other states manage their state vehicle fleets. 3 was, what is the administrative rule process for state agencies? How does the legislature involvement vary in review of the agency administrative rules compared to other states? 4 was summarize the state, had to do school district transportation, summarize state school reimbursement of school district transportation costs, school fleet directive management practices, and recent legislative changes on those things. 5 was summarize existing state, what has to do with telework in state government, summarize existing state personnel policies regarding telework, including policies enacted for the purpose of expanding telework during the COVID-19 pandemic, review other state telework policies and best practices. We've touched on some of that today. Telemedicine for the Department of Corrections, we've talked a little bit about that today, but summarizing existing healthcare contracts, the Department of Correction and research benefits of providing services through telemedicine. And those are the 6 ones we've had so far. So, and we haven't done any work on those, but those are ones that we've talked about before. We've done some work on, but we might want to do more work on before one of our next meetings, or both.
And Mr. Chairman, a couple of those would be summarizing all the work that's been done. So to move forward on a project, you kind of have to know where you've been. So let's see what all has been looked at to identify where are some areas on that topic where this committee could add further value.
Right, thank you. So Representative, Mr. Vice Chairman, did you have a comment?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So like the school district transportation, so we have also education recalibration going on right now. So if that is part of the charge they're doing, it's being covered maybe by that effort, and that can come off the list. If what we're doing, what we would be doing here supplements what they're doing, then it would be beneficial. So those are the type of things that I don't know, because there are other committees and other efforts going on, and that's what we rely on Abby and our staff to do. The telemedicine one, well, I heard Representative Gray talk about how exciting it was for Department of Corrections. They're a fraction of potential telehealth in state government, because we have Medicaid, which is a far larger program that might benefit from telehealth and that. So we can take small bites, or we can take bites that are more inclusive. But I just want to throw that out there, that if they're already being covered, then let's move on. And if we don't need anything right now, which I didn't hear Abby discuss, do they have any current projects for this committee right now ongoing? And that's probably would drive whether we want to add something or not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think, Abby, if I heard you right, you don't have anything. Is there anything? I thought your answer was no, we don't have anything currently in the queue, but did I hear wrong?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct, other than the information you've requested today.
Okay.
We don't have anything going forward for this committee.
Okay. So with that, members, is there anything out of that list of 6, or is there anything, doesn't have to be on that list of 6 we're just looking for something, a quick hit, I guess, between now and before the end of the year that we could get to, and might help us crystallize our thinking for moving forward, or it might be independent on its own. I think there's some stuff we've got to go back today. And in fact, maybe this is a good time to go back to Senator, where'd you go, Senator? There's Senator James. Senator James, you might have your motions. Why don't you tell us, just go through, don't necessarily make your motions, but tell us where you're at. I think those might have some effect on this.
Well, my first motion would be to adopt Article 4, Section 14 as a sole purpose of this committee. And in conjunction with that, with this, we should also look at how this article read before the change, as well as the duties and responsibilities of the examiner, and fully incorporate that into this committee's responsibilities as well. So that would kind of go along with this. And then my other proposal for us would also be back on the review of findings with the municipalities and special districts regarding the commissioners and dissolution of the special districts, adding a Roman numeral 3 and 9-1-507 little j. So if the commissioners fail to act, it would automatically trigger the dissolution process if the commissioners fail to act. So that's what that would do. So those are my additional 2 proposals that I will be bringing up if no one else has anything, and I can explain those further. Okay. In addition to my other one that I brought earlier.
All right, so hang on to those for just a minute. So as we come back with respect to the 6 that we've the 6 potentials we've identified earlier and we've got out here, is there any of those that the staff that we would like to, anybody like to have enough feelings about those we'd like to have staff direct on with respect to any of those 6? So let's go to Senator Guru, and then we'll go to Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just given the whole budget that we're talking about, I wouldn't mind taking a little bit deeper dive on the telework thing, just because I think finding out more about the possibilities of that may drive a lot of budget discussions farther down the road. And so that to me is of interest.
Okay, we've heard that they're moving forward on that, and I don't know, we know what they're doing. I know we know what we've done inside of LSO, but we don't know what they've been doing outside of, we as a legislature don't know what they're doing outside in and how that's going to fit in. We've heard how it's going into their leasing and some other things, but that's a good point, Senator Guru. Thank you for that. Representative Gray? Is it Representative Senator Guru? Is there anything else? Okay, Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in terms of that last suggestion, I would really like to know the scale of telework, how it's oscillated across all the months, because I've heard different things about the level it was, and I'm very curious on how it's gone March to now, and also in terms of effectiveness of it. So anyway, the other one I'm interested in on the list is the central motor vehicle pool. We've heard some testimony on it, but I think there is some room there for some efficiencies, and I think we can always learn more. And one other one that I am interested in is in YDOT. I just see a lot of repetition of areas of work across all of the construction seasons, and so I'm curious about guarantees and the use of guarantees in road construction and repetition of areas. I mean, I know they do different kind of work in different areas, but just in Casper, you think about that, Chairman Perkins. I mean, it's just been a lot of repeated areas year after year, and I'm very curious on what the reasons are for that. So anyway, the two that I'm most interested on the list, I think the telehealth has a lot of interest, and then the central motor vehicle pool.
Okay, thank you. Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So regarding the telehealth or the tele one, so I had an amendment during the budget session that is awfully similar to what we're trying to accomplish with that we could actually incorporate that into, and that would be for Senate File 1, second reading number 39. And that would actually help out a lot with that whole situation. So, I mean, if we were to use that, we'd be able to use that amendment right there.
For those of us that don't remember what your amendment does or did, or it wasn't offered.
So that was,
what can you give us a general idea?
That was a restriction on travel expenditures, which would, if you could accept as provided in subsection B of this section, travel out of the state and anything over 25 miles, you would use teleconference instead of traveling for all state employees.
So, I think that I understand what you're, okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So members, we've got Abby said that maybe we could do one, maybe two. Abby, you've heard those two. Could you do both those, do you think, or just one of those? What do you think?
Well, I guess, Mr. Chairman, are we talking, I need to clarify which two. Are we talking MVMS or telework?
I think we're talking about, I think that, well, the ones I heard, well, maybe I heard three, I guess there's potentially three, weren't there? There was telehealth, as it was listed here. It was only with Department of Corrections. Some wondering about how, if we could look at that as a broader, just statewide, the other one had to do with the was item number 2, the motor vehicle management system, which was summarize the department's current fleet management practices with respect to maintenance vehicle replacement, and also a comparison with other states and what if there's other states that are more that made about how they do the same thing. And then the other one was had to do with telework in state government, was number 5, telework in state government. Summarize existing state personnel policies regarding telework, including policies enacted for expanding telework during COVID-19 pandemic, review other state telework policies and best practices. So inherent in that is some of what the good Senator James said are there policies? We don't know yet. What are the policies regarding telework and face-to-face meetings versus telecommuting, either telework and also teleconferencing, which is kind of the subset of telework. So with those three, Abby, could we do one? Could we do two? If we can do two, which two? Or is there room to do all three? And right now we're talking about, you're going to have less than 3 months.
Mr. Chairman, are we talking about like a mid-October meeting? Or are we talking December?
Well, you tell us. I mean, maybe you can have one done by an October meeting, another one done by a November meeting. So.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I think we can for sure have one by an October meeting, and then we could do them sequentially. The telehealth might be something where when we reach out to committee chairman, we scope that paper and with the labor chairman through the staff of what would they be interested in a deep dive future analysis on if there is an issue. And that might help alleviate some concerns of having any duplication of efforts between committees.
Okay.
Is if the joint labor chairmen are interested in that issue or have a specific area they're interested in, it would make more sense for us to work on that with them.
Well, it seems to me that the telework and state government review is fairly discreet, and I mean you're just going to see what's happened, what it was, what's changed to, and I've seen some of the information on those surveys they did. You guys can look at those and tell us what you think of the survey methods and things like that. But I think that's pretty discreet. I think the motor vehicle policy and the comparison, I think that's pretty discreet. But so those two, and then the other one, I think you make a very good point. I think that goes right to Vice Chairman Barlow's concern is as you look at that, do we need to start with a smaller piece so we can get something done with corrections, or do we move to a larger piece where we're looking at telehealth, not only in the Department of Corrections, but also statewide, particularly in the delivery of Medicaid services. So, and that one you may have to come back to us with and get some further direction through email or something. But out of those three, could you do the Department of the motor vehicles and the telework? Could you have one of those or both of those done, you think, by a mid-October? It's a month and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We can have one done. We might even be able to have both. And it kind of depends how deep we go. I mean, I could go get you a write-up on the current telework policies and a survey of the, a summary of the survey that went out probably in 2 weeks. But if you wanted to look at best practices or even do some calculations of how much money is being saved because state agencies aren't traveling to meetings, that takes a little more time, but we can absolutely have something by the October meeting, probably on both of those.
Okay.
Then I also posed the question of, there was quite a bit of discussion on audits and whether there's more information that you to muddy the waters a bit more, but does the committee want further research or work on those issues, which are not in the 6 proposals, but are along the very, very similar lines?
Well, these are just for future work. We haven't even got to what the follow-up on this work that we've done yet, the work that we're in the middle of right now. So with that, Representative Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one thing I think on whatever projects we ask to move forward with, I think we always have to be looking for what is the legislative nexus? What policy might we implement, or do we find in other states that actually perpetuate, hopefully, the gains that we hope to achieve, whether it's in the motor vehicle or et cetera, because all of these agencies they're statutory agencies. So are we going to give them direction by policy, or are we just reviewing executive branch stuff? So that's one thing I want to, if we're going to dive into these things, I also want us to be able to say, what have other states done to help manage this, and how's that been done through some kind of a legislative initiative, not just an overview or an oversight. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. And both of those were there is a review of other states and what they're doing, and so it derives a policy, and I think at the end of the day, I don't know that you can prejudge whether or not there's a specific policy that'll come out of it unless you see that there's something that forms. That's kind of what I think you have to go wherever the research takes you. And if the research takes you nowhere, you on to the next one. And if the research takes you somewhere where you think that there's appropriate legislation or policy discussion to have it, it's either we can either generate the legislation or we can refer it out to the appropriate other committee. But that's kind of way I think that plays out. So with that, why don't we do this? Of those three, let's why don't we see if we can prioritize between those three, and maybe that will give LSO some direction with respect to those three. So we've got telework, telemedicine, and motor vehicle. So let's just as a priority one, the one that you would like to have most done. I'm just going to take us through three, and let's just vote on priority one and see how many votes we get on a priority, and see if we can, if there's a consensus. But so let's just start with telework and state government. How many think that that's a priority one? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of. So we've got 6. So that's the majority of priority one right there. I do believe of the quorum. Did you count it that way? Let's go those who would not prioritize that as number one, raise your hand. So we have 3. So I had like, I think 6-3 is what I counted. So that would be our number one priority. As a number two priority, then let's go to the motor vehicle. How many would have the motor vehicle review on policy procedures in comparison with other states? How many would have that as the number two priority? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so those who would not make that the number two priority, raise your hand. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that one fails because the chairman would not vote that as a second priority. Those on telemedicine, who would have that, the telemedicine as your second priority, your number two priority? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and those who would not make telemedicine your high priority, raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So with the chairman's vote, that would become the set number two priority. I would vote in favor of that as a number two priority. And then, so that would leave motor vehicle major system as number 3. So Abby, my thought is that you take those priorities and we may get, if you can get all 3, you get all 3, but if you can't get all 3, you know what the priority is.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, for the telemedicine, do you want us to work with the Labor Committee Chairman on this?
Please check with the Labor Committee, and if that becomes untenable in that regard, please get back to us and we'll redo this. Okay. Representative or Vice Chairman Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, if it's staying with Department of Corrections and it's only that population and within the institutions, I'm not sure that the Labor Health Committee is the one that would be interacting with that directly, because those individuals are not eligible for Medicaid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 3 other. If you're going for a broader telehealth view, then Labor Health absolutely is. But well, I just point that out that.
Oh, I agree. I think that, I don't know, I don't think Judiciary is studying telehealth at the Department of Corrections, are they? I don't remember that.
We just got, that was just a vignette earlier, and I think across state government, I agree, it should be broader.
This is a broader telehealth question, I think, and we'll know that. I think we'll have, I think that's that priority, Abby, it's statewide, it's telehealth statewide. It includes the Department of Corrections, but it's telehealth statewide, and I think you start with the Department of, or excuse me, with the Chairman of Health, and then you may want to check in with our new, don't we have a new acting director? We have a new acting director of corrections. you may want to check in with them and see what, and just, and if that becomes too unwieldy, just let us know. And we'll either refine that or priority 3 becomes priority 2.
Okay.
Okay. All right, with that, then let's move on. I think that gets us probably through that. I think we know where we are on the 2-year evaluation priority list item. Let's get back. Oh, Senator Bouchard, something else?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to explain my vote. You know, some of these things are organic in how they operate, especially after COVID. Telemedicine has probably, we've been pushing it and pushing it and pushing it in labor and health. And it was kind of a sleeping giant until COVID came. And now it's probably the organic savings have happened organically. Motor pool, I mean, I look at that and I see some of that being organic as well, because as we see more people, state employees are staying at home even, we know that we're probably not even going to see the real picture of what's going on with vehicles parked. But we have other problems like procurement and how things are being shifted across different series. I mean, I know that sometimes things are paid for by moving into a different series because they don't have to use the normal procurement policies. And those are the things that we need to look at to really save the state money and look at where things or how money is spent. So I'm just not very excited about the direction we're going. We should be looking at really hard things that are maybe behind a firewall that we need to look at it and how money's being spent.
Well, that's fine. I think we're looking at the program evaluation portion. I think the next thing is to come back what we've been doing, which is exactly what you've said, Senator Bouchard. And that is where do we go from, what do we do next on the follow-up? Because that's just more forward-looking and moving to the next things we're going to look at. We've gone through today and had reports back on municipalities. We've had them back on agencies. We've done one motion where we're going to write letters and we're going to want responses that we're going to review at the next meeting. We're going to write the letter on the one motion we've had. We'll be working on that at the next meeting. And depending on the responses, we'll be asking if the responses are unsatisfactory or in whether either they haven't done anything or whether they haven't done enough. At least we'll know that, and they'll be invited to the next meeting if those responses, your chairman and vice chairman will invite them to the next meeting if the responses are inadequate or we don't understand or we haven't gotten responses. And so we'll be working on that. In addition to the letters we've written out there, that was, we've talked about municipalities, we've talked about the boards and commissions, in addition to there's other issues with respect to departments. And so the question next is what is the next step that you see as a committee in following up on the work that on the reports we got back today, and we got some back in January, but where do we go next on the work, the information and what do we do with the information we've received today? So I think if since there's no further discussion, I think one of the next things, Abby, is we have reports. Let's see, when will we have? So the last date on these was 2018, most of it was 2016 and 2017, wasn't it? So we don't even have these updated for fiscal year 2019. And it's a little too early to have results back from 2020. But what I'd like to do is let's go back and let's look at the reporting that we've done on the same sample sizes that you've done. And let's look and see, let's do a quick comparison and see if there's continuing problems in 2019. Just to update this a little bit. And so let's see if those problems are continuing, or if problems that were one-time problems before if now they're 2-year problems, and see if we can see any additional trends developing from 2019. We should have the 2019 material ought to be in by now. And so I think that's one, I would suggest to the committee, that's one of the things we ought to look at. And then, and with respect to our, again, with our respect to municipalities, what's the committee's flavor with respect to, again, some of the, we continue to have, we have these audited, with this audit information we've gone back, do we go back and broaden the sample size of municipalities? We've broadened the sample size of state agencies. Where do you want to go with what we've been doing and these deficiencies that we found? And if it's okay, if you don't have it, I'll get with Vice Chairman Barlow, and we'll figure out what we want to do with them. But I would like to have your input, members. Representative Gray.
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, we had the motion on the state agencies. I guess you're asking on the special districts, but I think you were kind of indicating that you could do that. You were kind of germinating in your head. You were thinking about some of these other letters that you could draft as chairman, and we could develop a motion here now, but I think that's something maybe you could email out to us. And
yeah, I'm gonna send a letter to the Senator. Senator James, if you want to send that to Abigail, the members of the committee, the individual you found that just said no, I think Abigail already has that information. But all those who simply refused to provide the additional information, I'm going to send a letter to them specifically requesting that additional information. And we may put in there that if it's not provided, that we'll have Abby look at that before I make any idle threats about forcing them to give us that information. So we'll have Abby look at that before we put any idle threats in those letters. So with that, Senator Guru and then Senator James.
Well, with regard to the special districts, and I know Senator James has some ideas about legislation, but before I can get there to vote on what I think where I think he might be headed, I'd like to hear from Jeremiah at the county commissioners. Maybe it's because I was a former commissioner, I'll say that, and for transparency's sake, find out what's going on. If counties are, if they're not exercising their authority, which I think they should do, I agree with Senator James on that. If they're not doing what, if they're not dissolving these districts that aren't doing the right thing and taking care of their business, then maybe we should. But I'd like to hear from him, and so maybe we ask him to, find out what the take is from the Commissioners Association.
I think that's an excellent idea. Follow up not only with the county commissioners, but I think county treasurers, because that's the other point. So let's, and the county treasurers do have an association. So do the county commissioners. So why don't we, and Abby's, we'll wave back at Abby, even though I know she just turned her light back on, but do any members oppose without objection, or if you want to have a discussion about that? I think that's an excellent idea. That's exactly where one of the things I think we ought to follow up on is, all right, we've got non-compliant and non-compliant special districts. You guys are in charge. You guys have the tools to make them compliant. What's going on? So, okay. So Senator Bouchard.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see the answers that we would get to find out where they are in that process first, before we just go jump the gun and go to a lesser stage. Because I mean, if we've got some people that just haven't complied and it looks like a dead end, I'd like to know that first. I mean, before we we go, I mean, that's kind of what this whole process of what we were talking about is. There are people that don't care if they comply or not. So I'd like to see what that list is. Maybe we can come back to that list, maybe get it emailed to us and find out what's really going on.
Well, so Abby, why don't you get everybody that list? That's who I intend to write the letters to. And depending on that response, we also may add an agenda item to our next meeting where we and we'll see. That's why I'm asking Abby to look at both what our enforcement power is, and that in of itself may be an agenda item. If we don't have that enforcement power, do we seek that enforcement power through some additional legislation? But I agree, and I think that's exactly what Senator Rue was getting at. Was let's follow this trail a little bit further, and say, all right, the responsibility is with these governing entities, like particularly the choke points, or the county commissioner is supposed to dissolve them. The county treasurers are supposed to not provide the money to them if they're non-compliant. So let's see if we can find out, and particularly we want to find out of the non-complying, the counties in which the non-complying special districts operate. I think in particular, we want to know from those county chairmen and those county commissioners what the deal is there, what they've done, following up on Senator Rue's point, what they've done to try and enhance or to get compliance from their perspective. And when we find that out, then we'll know two things: one, what they've done, and two, if there's something we can do. And if there is, then we can take the next step. And if there's not something we can do, then we can maybe work on legislation so that the management audit or other committees would have the power to do something more, make sure and find out whether or not we really have the subpoena power to force that information from some of these political subdivisions. Abby, did you have something you wanted to add?
Right, Mr. Chairman, just thinking 2 committee meetings ahead. If you're receiving that information, do you also want some information on other states, what their carrot or stick approach is for enforcement?
Well, I thought we had that today.
We had training requirements, but in terms of the actual Department of Audit enforcement mechanisms or anything, we haven't looked at that specifically.
Well, I think Carla did. I think she told us that some states use a carrot. Wyoming has more of a carrot than a stick, and some of the other states had a stick, and some they had neither. There are two that had neither. But if you want to, yeah, there's no, if we need to flesh that out more, absolutely.
And Carla can hop on, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think those were in terms of carrot and stick for training, not necessarily for complying with sending in the audit report, sitting in the reports. And it's the end of the day, though. I could be wrong.
Oh no, I think you're right. I stand corrected. You're right. So yeah, we ought to. I mean, that's always a good start. What are other states doing? Doesn't mean we have to do more or do less or do something different. We can do whatever we want, but it's always nice to know we don't have to reinvent the wheel. If somebody's already invented it once, we can just copy it. So with that, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first concern, we shouldn't have to bribe them to do the right thing. So we shouldn't have to give them a carrot to do that. That's the first comment on that. And second, so how many examples did you guys want me to send you? And how far back did you want me to go for these examples?
Let's keep it within. My suggestion would be within the last 5 years. The last 5 years being, you can't go. That begins 2019's the last year, the most recent year. So 2019, 2018, 2016, 2017. So what's that gets back to 2004. It's 5 years. 2004, 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So actually it'd be 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. That'd be it.
Okay, so 2015 to 2019?
Yep, those who just told us, told the,
Well, they only have up to 2018, so, okay,
okay?
okay,
And if we don't have, and just have what you have, and if you don't, we can get that other information that other information is available from the Department of Audit, even though it's not necessarily on their website. So, I mean, Senator James, why don't you just send us what you have? And then from there, Abby and her team can figure out which ones we don't. You don't have to necessarily go do that research. That's what the staff can do, but just send them what you have so that they know that, okay?
okay.
All right. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make one comment on the telework. I was reviewing the initial way they also presented that, and I do think it's important that we tease out what the savings are there, because I think I'm nervous about what that means for state government. There's a lot of research about the sort of scale that is provided by being in person, and how that prevents groupthink when you're in person. And I think there's an argument maybe prevent groupthink when you're isolated. But anyway, I think we need to understand the dollar savings, and I think that's what Ms. Bach was getting to a little bit. And I was re-looking at the way that it was presented, and it didn't mention that at all. So I would like to. I think that's a key part of that topic. So just want to throw that out there, that I think it should include discussions about what the savings are. I assume a lot of the savings are based on 231, 232 travel budgets, and then also the leasing costs. But what the scale of those are, I'd be really interested. So thank you.
I think they also have some information on productivity, which is directly related to cost, but in a lot of respects, it's a little bit squishier. So not in a lot of respects, it just flat out is squishier, but it is a cost. There is a cost savings, or should be a cost savings associated with it, based on the productivity. And I'm not sure how they measure that, but I think they have been attempting to measure that. I think LSO, we've tried to do it. We've tried to measure it with respect to LSO staff on our telework, on just in our small branch of government. So. Representative Bouchard, or excuse me, Senator Bouchard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I still am not even excited about telehealth is serving on the Health and Labor Committee and seeing the amount of effort that has been pushed to get everybody into the program. I mean, it was basically like the proponents were begging doctors to come on board. And like I said, I don't know if you're going to see it now because it's been relatively a short idea. I mean, you've seen it where doctors have to have somebody come into the office and then they refer them out for something else. I'm not sure that there's going to be a whole lot of savings, because they still do, there's a liability component there. They're still charging for their visit. And that was one of the things that we saw in health, is that, and I would say offline conversations was they were trying to tell them that it's not just a savings, it's an earnings to the practice. So until we see this for some period of time, I don't know whether we're going to see real data there, because like I said, the earlier stages before COVID was a big push, and the doctors weren't biting. They just were not taking the program. So that's just my perspective being on health and labor.
All right, thank you. So with that, anything else, members? We're in this. I think we've done. Are we? Abby, do you have a full plate yet, or do you need more?
I think we're good, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anything else, members, with respect to the workload or direction of the committee? Representative Senator James.
I still have my two other motions on the.
Okay, now's the time for your motions.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we going to hold off on the motion for the commissioners topic until we hear from them first? Is that my understanding, or am I going to go ahead and move that motion now and then we're going to discuss it?
Well, it's your motion. You can do what you want, Senator James.
I'll do that. So first I'm going to do the make the motion that we adopt Article 4, Section 14 as the sole purpose of this committee and uphold the constitutional mandate when the legislature got rid of the examiner position around 1990. And then in conjunction with this, we should also look at how this article read before the change and add those duties and responsibilities of that examiner position and fully incorporate those into this committee's responsibilities as well. And
okay, thank you. Was there a second? Okay, there's a second. Senator Bouchard. Discussion on the motion.
Call for the question.
Okay, we'll call for the question. The question having been called. Oh, Senator Bouchard.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify what I think the bringer is doing here is, and I think I've said it before, probably multiple times, it's been 30 years since this was put in place. And it's been, I mean, even our conversation that we had when we first talked about this is that nobody knew. We had to go, LSO had to go and look and see if we even had the power to do that. Because I mean, the word was constantly that we didn't have the power. It was an executive function. And so I think at some point we are going to have to decide that the legislature does have a real duty to do this. And I think that's where Senator James is going here. So I think in one aspect of what his motion is, I don't know. I mean, I think when I talked to you, Mr. Chairman, about this, you said there were a lot of good ideas that we had talked about in previous legislation. So I think there's ways that we could take bits and pieces of that, and we could, you know, I think right now it's a motion that's an idea, but I think we should at least look at firming that down for future generations, that we have some way to have accountability in the legislature that's already given to as a mandate in the Constitution. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Senator James.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, like Senator Bouchard was saying, we as a legislature are responsible according to this statute here, and you know, we're responsible for all this malfeasance that's going on here. And we've seen example after example after example today of all this stuff that's going on. And we've heard from agency after agency and department after department about we can't do anything about it. That's what we're here for. That's why this committee was created. We're the enforcement. So now this will give us the direction. This will give us exactly what we're supposed to be doing here. This will give us the direction. So that's, I mean, that's why I'm bringing this.
Okay. Well, I think there's a couple points that you just in context, that when they took the auditing responsibility away from the state auditor back in 1990, that's when they created the Department of Audit. And so the object was that you would transfer that examiner position to an appointed group of professionals, and that's essentially what the Department of Audit is now. And then I think the other issue, Senator James, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this. These are just questions and observations. I mean, ultimately, if that, I don't just, I mean, obviously the Article 4, Section 13, I mean, it says exactly what it says, and that is our responsibility. But to take that on, so how does the legislature take that on in a couple ways? One is obviously with separation of powers, we're not the enforcement committee. We cannot bring legal action or criminal action and prosecute criminal action. That's an executive branch function. So you can refer stuff, you can do other things like that. And indeed, the Department of Audit today talked about they're involved in assisting either Department of the AG or local law enforcement with 6 different ongoing criminal cases associated with fraud in that regard. So one, how do we, when we talk about enforcement, could you elaborate a little bit more on how you see that enforcement? Because obviously that's an executive enforcement of the law is an executive branch function. The other question I'd have for you is if this committee takes that on, how do we take that on? Because we don't, do we have, Abigail, on your team, do we have a single fraud or internal audit or otherwise CPA or anybody that has those types of audit credentials that if we take these on, that we have the capability to actually do an audit and do what the Department of Audit does?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have any staff that have that experience or skill set. Whether it could be developed, it doesn't sound like you need to be a CPA to do it, but currently, you know, people are hired here for their analytical writing skills, and I don't even know what Rich does as part of his day-to-day auditing work. Okay.
So Senator James, back to you. I mean, does any of that change your motion or what, how do you see us doing this going forward in a realistic fashion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as far as enforcement goes, we can definitely refer just like the Department of Audit does. When they have that type of issue, when they work with DCI, they have that same situation. We can refer that type of situation over to them as well. I don't see any reason why we couldn't. And as far as a CPA, I believe Dean Timpty, I believe he's a CPA, if I'm not mistaken, because we talked about this last time when the subject was brought up. So I believe he is a CPA, or because that's all that's really needed to do this. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to do this. And we're statutorily or constitutionally mandated to provide this. And we've been avoiding it for 30 years. So we need to figure out a way to do this.
Okay, thank you, Senator Bouchard.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that we've had this discussion before that a lot of the data that they have, even in the Department of Audit, could be captured. And that's what was when we talked about Senate File 158 in 2019, that was the discussion we had, that we would put a liaison on. And that was part of, there was, I think we had $100,000 tied onto that bill. Maybe we discussed even maybe 120. But what was said in our conversation personally was that we had the money in LSO to at least put a person in that could direct some of that research directly with the executive branch, who may already have the data that we're looking for. So I think maybe what we're doing here is looking at a bigger bite and when it really isn't such a big bite. Just coming back and let's look at we're not saying audit everything. I don't think that's the intention here. I think part of identifying some problems and then doing a deeper dive on an audit. But I think this committee should be tasked with those direct functions. I think when I talked about Senate, the bill mentioned, we were looking at other states actually have these legislative audit committees, and we're one of 3 states that do not now. And I do understand there are some dynamics that are different. A lot of the states have have a state auditor, which actually is an auditor, not a comptroller. And some of those are, I mean, even the executive branch can't get rid of them without the approval of the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. I mean, so there's some safeguards in there to make sure that there's not an auditor function that's beholden to one branch of government. So there's all different ways that they've done it. We're kind of handicapped because we don't have those same functions. But I think we still should start somewhere. So I mean, even if we go like I said, Senate File 158 in 2019 had some good things to the bill. Maybe we should just look at some of those things and bring them forward, just so we can start building this.
Well, is that an amendment to his motion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Is that an amendment to his motion? Because that's what you had in Senate File back 2 years ago was different than what he just moved.
You know, I would look at that as possibly an amendment, a friendly amendment to what's going on here, so we could at least get a starting point.
Well, and now you're going to have to be more specific because we need to know what it is, what you would do to amend his motion.
Yeah. So Mr. Chairman, I think my motion would be more like to take Senate File 158, review it by the committee, and decide what we can do to bring those good components into this committee.
Okay, well, that would be a different motion. So we're back on the original question, which is Senator James's motion. So is there any other discussion on Senator James' motion? Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Senator Beitman. Did you have something, Senator Beitman?
Yeah, sorry, I'm confused on what Senator James's motion is. Could he restate the motion and explain it just a little bit better for us so we can vote?
As I understood Senator James, and let me restate the motion as I understood it, and then you correct it please correct it if I misstate it. There were kind of two parts to the motion. First part of the motion was that we would take Article 4, Section 13, I think is the citation. Go ahead, Senator.
Article 4, Section 14.
Excuse me, thank you, Section 14. And then we'd adopt that as the sole purpose of the Management Audit Committee. That was part one. And then part two is that the legislature, or excuse me, the Management Audit Committee would then acknowledge and take upon itself the role of examiner as described in Article 4, Section 14. Did I state it correctly, Senator James?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. So as Article 4, Section 14, as it's currently written, and then in conjunction with this, we should also look at how this article read before it was changed, because Article 4, Section 14 is the same, is also what the examiner was under. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Article 4, Section 14 was the examiner position. That's what it was under. But the legislature changed it back in the 90s to what it currently reads now. So what I'm wanting is to look at what the examiner position read back then and implement that as well.
Into this committee.
Correct.
Okay, there you go. All right, okay, are we clear on the motion? Senator Bouchard.
Mr. Chairman, so I understand what he's doing, and that's why I seconded. I think it's a little unclear that we do it that vague. So I would ask that Senator James withdraws his motion, and I would like to bring a different motion.
What's up, Senator James?
I'm just making the request.
Are you withdrawing your second? I guess that's the question then.
Yeah, I think I'll withdraw my second and ask that would be the easier way to
All right, so the second's been withdrawn, Senator James, so we still need a second. Is there a second on Senator James' motion?
I guess I will withdraw.
Is it, okay, so the motion's withdrawn. So Senator James, you had another motion, I think, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So in under the municipalities and special districts, so 9-1-507 little j, I wanted to add Roman numeral 3, and it'll read, if the county commissioners fail to enforce the special district dissolution process, then it shall start automatically on December 30th of the same year.
So we mean that they'll be dissolved effective December 31st of the same year?
No, the process will initiate December 30th of the same year if the county commissioners do not start it.
What, when you talk about the process, I mean,
right, because in 9-1-507J, Roman numeral 2, the county commissioners are supposed to start the process when the special districts do not provide their legal reporting, do not do their legal reporting requirements. And the process is found in 22-29-401.
okay. So
I'm not having it dissolved. I'm just having the process started. So it'll bypass the commissioners starting the process. It'll just automatically start the process.
okay, and what's the process is in what, in where?
22-29-401.
And so it appears to me that what, so under, you'd be under B then, right? You'd be under subsection B of 22-29-401B. Because
no.
A takes that's a district initiated dissolution. So you're not under a district initiated dissolution, you're under a dissolution initiated by the Board of County Commissioners.
No, I'd be under 9-1-507J.
Well, right, but all that does is start the procedure.
Right, that's
right.
all I'm.
But the procedure is under 22-29-401, and there's two methods of procedure for dissolution. One is A of 22-29-401 is dissolution of a district may be initiated, and all of A is all about either petition signed by not less than 25% of the voters, by resolution by the special district's Board of Commissioners, by resolution of the county commissioners if either the district at the time has not had an election, the territory is uninhabited, and the county commissioners determine it's the best interest of the people. That's not going to apply. Within 5 days after petition is filed, a resolution is, the fifth way is there are no qualified district director members.
I get what you're saying now, yes.
So none of those. So then B is simply by dissolution by a district shall be initiated by resolution of the Board of County Commissioners. And then what they do is they determine all the board of directors of the current one is vacant and they appoint new directors with the sole purpose of dissolving the special district. So,
Right.
so you want that to go, so it defaults, so you're into B, that basically that action is deemed taken, and so the board now, the only thing they do is now the board of directors is vacated, and the commissioners then required to appoint new board of directors with the sole purpose, for the purposes of dissolving the district.
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
All right. Thank you. So with that, is there a second to that? Is there a second to that? Is there a second to that? There being no seconds, that motion has failed for lack of a second. Other motions. Senator Bouchard, did you have a motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just sent everybody the Senate file 158. So my motion is for a bill draft that would take 158, which was a separate legislative audit committee, and redraft that bill to fit this committee. And there are some good parts to that bill. I think there's some parts that maybe we could look at removing, but at any rate, I would just like to see us move in that direction to where we have a working draft. I mean, I just want to move in that direction. So
would you like to take that and come back with a motion at our September meeting, or do you want to try and fashion that today?
well, I would like to at least move forward to where we get a bill draft, a working bill draft. And I mean, that way we could, so maybe I'm not, I mean, help me with what I'm saying here. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I would just like to take that bill draft and use it as a model to make a working draft, just so we can get something in front of us and then work on it at a later date.
Okay. There we go. I'm still trying to catch up with your email. And I'm not having it yet. I don't see it yet.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do it at a later date.
Okay. All right.
That way maybe I can work on it and have better notes rather than do it as the last inning here.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other business or motions? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned this at a previous meeting. I would like to ask LSO to draft a rule change to the House and Senate rules, which would allow the Management Audit Committee to be referred bills during session, just for discussion. I mean, we can bring it as individuals, but I think it would be good to have the committee discuss taking this stance in the general session. I was disappointed that the Wyoming Business Council bill got referred to a committee, and there wasn't really the background in the discussion, and I think it would be good. I think we're a standing committee, and this committee should be in the rules in the House and Senate as a committee that bills can be referred to. So I'd like to move that really quick.
So let me ask you about it, because we kind of ran into this problem, I think I guess they get referred to management. They get referred back on Management Council bills. Help me, Abby, because in the House, we both act independently. How does that work on these committees that don't necessarily dissolve, that aren't joint committees, but are these kind of statutory committees? We've got a couple of them. But when we're in session and you go through the process, how does that, can you do that to where they're referred to, I mean, you can't, when it's going through the House process, you can't have senators voting on a bill that's before the House, and you can't have, and vice versa.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
There's some issue there, and I don't, so it just helped me. There's something in the back of my mind that's a problem. So Representative Gray.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think I was looking at our rules. I mean, we have a House and a Senate committee. We have presiding officers. We're meeting jointly, but really we're a standing committee in statute. So we're just like the Judiciary Committee. The only difference is that we're not in the rules as a committee that meets, that is in session as a committee that can be referred to in bills. And it's actually it's not in the joint rules. It's in our separate rules in the House and Senate. was looking at it here earlier today. So all I'm asking is to add us to the list of committees. It doesn't mean we necessarily have to meet, but we could be referred bills by the presiding officer if we're added to that list. And I just think it's good practice for this committee.
Okay, fine. I think there may be a problem, but we can certainly get that going if the committee so chooses. Representative Barlow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think there's both the statutory provision that needs to be looked at to implement this, and then the rules process. The rules, of course, are adopted by each house independently, and then joint rules identically. So there's actually 4 processes that I think need to be looked at to effectuate what Representative Gray is. And if he wants to get some background on it for the next meeting, I think that's fair. I don't know that we should be asking to have a rule drafted until we actually understand what current statute is for this committee, and then what the rule process going forward with. And any member can actually bring a rules change. That happens in the second week of the session of a new legislature. So it have to happen on both sides, and it have to be a joint rule as well, if there is not a statutory limitation.
So, Abby, there's some questions in there, but anyway, we've got that. The motion is what the motion. I mean, we've got that motion. So anyway, we've got a motion from Representative Gray on a bill draft. I'll take it as a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion? So we've got a second from Senator Bouchard. Representative Pelkey, did you have a comment?
No, all I was concerned about is that we did not have a second at this point, but now we do.
Okay.
But I would call for the question.
All right, so, I mean, is there further discussion? Are we ready for the question on this? Ready for the question? All right, all those in favor of. Okay, go ahead, Representative Gray.
Yeah, let's go ahead with the vote. That's fine. I mean, all I want to do here is get drafted what we need to get drafted. That was the motion. I don't think there's a statutory issue here. I've looked at the statute. We're listed as a standing committee. I could be wrong on that, okay? But it's the rule that's the issue, okay? And so I guess I'll amend my motion to ask LSO to do the work, to bring to us what we need to do to have bills referred to us during a session. So can I amend my motion? Because we've talked about this in the past, and it just kind of, it hasn't.
No,
been,
and if that's it, I don't think you'd actually have to have a motion, Representative Gray. If that's what your request is, I think you can simply ask staff to do that. And
yeah, okay.
And then we can put it as an agenda item on the next.
Yeah, let's do that then.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Is there any other business or any other motions come before the committee this afternoon? There being none, Abby, anything you need from us to take you on us before we adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, the only other thing we were going to mention, I'll do it real briefly, was that the follow-up for the leasing and procurement eval is due this fall. So Carla Smith will be working on that this fall as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And then however you want to schedule meetings, we can coordinate that later.
All right. And then do you want to try and schedule, another meeting now, or do you want members, do you want a chance to look at the email from Abby with the work from Carla on meetings and get those figured out? I'd like to go ahead and set up our next 2 meetings when we do that, so that we get those protected and get those on your calendars. So why don't we set that out, and we'll circulate that pretty quick, Abby, to get that set up. I'll do it this way. Why don't the vice chairman and I and you figure that out either by telephone call or by email, and we'll send out some dates and send them out to their members, kind of like we do on other committee dates. So we'll do that way. And I'm hoping, again, to have a timing on this. I'm hoping is mid-October, and then late November, or very late November, very first part of December. Because we want this ready to go in time for the, before we get bogged down in session, and also in case there is a finalization of some legislative work we need to do for session. So, all right. And then also, I think Kathy Barrett's already sent out your vouchers for attendance, and make sure you get those responded to and back to Kathy. This late in the day, they don't show up in your paycheck until October payday. So anything else, members, for the committee or in general? Want to thank all of you for your attendance today, for your comments, for your study. Abby, Carla, Amanda, I know I'm missing somebody else. Thank you for your work. I think we're making some progress. I think we've learned a lot this year. I think we're starting to crystallize develop some consensus on direction. I think we've discovered a number of problems that we need to get looked at and need to continue to work on getting fixed. And so with that, thanks so much. With that, and there's no we'll stand adjourned. Thank you, members. Thank you.